I'm doing my part. 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 I'm doing my part.
Oh gosh, wait. Oh my god, wait. Oh wait, that was an accident. I was gonna swap over and I was gonna say how I feel caught out because uh I feel caught out because I'm just sitting here trying to read the mod chat from yesterday.
I'm doing my part.
And and I was like, I'll let you guys join in. And Apparently not. Hold on. Let me help birth you into the light again. Oh. It's like a reverse birth. The black holes in the middle. Yo, Lucifer, good to see you. Hello.
20 whole months? Goodness gracious. I think we get some China or something for this anniversary. I hope this joke makes sense to someone.
Look, I understood it, okay? And then maybe, you know, the first month or so we got paper, and then we would at some point get emerald and gold and stuff. Yeah, China sounds about right around that time, but we do have a topic today. You're gonna make me divert super quickly. Hi guys, I just need to double check something from yesterday, and that's what I was doing. That's what I actually got caught out with, is seeing what the mods were saying. Okay. Okay, it doesn't have... Basically, I'm just seeing what the mods can do on YouTube. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, it looks like there's nothing that we can do, so I will have to manually do things. Mods, if you are listening, if you need me to make any changes on slow-mo, just flag me. Preferably, where's the best place? I don't know where the best place to flag me is. You'll figure it out. Hi Blue, how you going? Okay. Was the first brick wall a mirage? I shall not reveal any of my secrets. I have got a green screen, maybe. Gold, frankincense, myrrh, all the valuables. Exactly right. Okay, first sip of the day. Delightful. Hi, Eastbeck. How's things going? How's the music going for you and all that jazz? I haven't figured out where I want to put this. I had my... Maybe I want to move my camera in again. I had my camera a little bit wider so that it looked nicer on the vertical, but I don't like this all being shown, but I guess you guys can cover it up for the meantime. And I'll fix it up when I need to fix it up. You remember me? Well, I'm sorry to say, Big Hoss, I do not. Do you want to tell me what you think you did that would entitle you being remembered? Sometimes it's good not to be remembered. I'd like to make that clear. When we have hundreds of chatters coming in, some of them saying some really stupid stuff, it's not always the worst thing to not be remembered. So don't take it offensively or personally. Just, you know, you just gotta give me a fun fact for me to associate you with, basically. Hi, Grady, how you going? The microphone's okay. It's just, it just looks a little bit funnily placed, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Uni life is thriving. Bank account is suffering. Good mix. Well, I feel like that is a typical university experience, so that sounds all right. I'm good. A little scared. I joined this old woman stream a few minutes ago and she was begging me for subs and calling me broke boy because I didn't want to sub her. Should I repeat that experience for you just so that you can dredge up the old trauma nice and quickly? Planet, thank you so much for the 54 months. That is insane. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. I know things were going a little bit rough for you, but I'm hoping you're on the other side of that. Because from Born Stars. See, I don't watch this show, but I know of it. I am remembered for my tomfoolery, chutzpah. Is that how you spell chutzpah? Fun. And general boisterous vibe, indeed. Remember you. Will you remember me? I don't know this song, unfortunately. Remember me, the 2010 movie, or the 2013 video game? Hilarious. G'day, Jet. Donated 10 euros. I will tell you, Slash, that if you did, I would have gotten a notification. Don't you dare. Yeah, but then it will show how good we are at riffing off each other, Blue. It'll be a hilarious joke. Trust me. Trust me. Sir William. Which is over that. No, you're so fine, Planet. It is, it's, you know, slow process. You just look after yourself and, you know, be kind to yourself. Have you looked at Pokemon Wind and Waves much at all?
I'm
Which
doing
version
my
do you
part.
think you'll play? Guys, eSpec has activated the trap card, which is not Pokemon, it is Yu-Gi-Oh, but they have activated it. They're gonna make me talk about Pokemon. Okay, I'm gonna try and keep this nice and succinct. I don't think I will play either Winds and Waves. Pokemon has made me incredibly hesitant with their games recently. I don't feel comfortable supporting the trajectory they're going. Pokopia is a good example of one where I think they've done a really good job, though. So maybe Winds and Waves will surprise me, but I will not be buying like a pre-order. I will
I'm
be
doing my
waiting
part.
for the reviews and seeing how it is. The graphics do look kind of fun, but we got to see gameplay first. And on top of that, this is my hot take. I love Pokemon. I think there are too many. And I know a lot of people will be in agreement with me there. And so it's not really a hot take, but it is a hot take for those who love Pokemon, I think. I think there are so many people who are so into Pokemon and get so excited over seeing new starters or seeing new introductions, and we don't need them. We really don't. I think that there should be a focus on creating a better game rather than creating another few hundred. Like, how are we expected to catch them all or remember them all when there's now over 1,000 and so many of them not great. They're not good. They're not fun. So I feel like I also am not excited by the Gen 10 starters. Maybe if they were, this is always been my motto since I watched that trailer. Make Pokemon badass again. The chibi cute, it's nice to have some cute Pokemon, but every single Pokemon being chibi cute. We need some variety. We need some cool things again. Like Gen 1 was badass. Even Gen 2 had some cool, like, think of Totodile. Even Cyndaquil, the little cutie. I don't think we need these chibi Pokemon, you know? You're always talking, that is what a live stream, just chatting streamer tends to do. That is correct. That is kind of what happens. Would you like me to sit here in silence? Is that the expectation? Or would you just like me to not be online? Because if it's the latter, then I would understand it. But if you can give me advice on what to do for my live stream, then I will take it. It's great to hear from people, you know? Yes, Godzilla, exactly right. Your message should come through very shortly. I'll do it myself. You know what? I'll do it myself. I want some straight up demonic Pokemon. Think of Houndoom and how freaking sick they are. That was a Gen 2 Pokemon. There is no reason for that Pokemon to have been allowed in the Pokemon franchise. I feel like a lot, not even really catering towards Christian values, because Japanese after all. I feel like the fact that they allowed this absolute demon of a Pokemon is very surprising. It's satanic, let alone the Mega Evolution. It is cool, man. It's so cool. And I just want to see more cool Pokemon again, you know? This is the autism accent, if anyone is wondering. My accent is a blend of many, almost like AI. Oh my god. Okay, Noelle. I want to know if that's actually what your feeling is, because I didn't want to say anything, but I will be jumping on this if you genuinely are referring to my accent. It is indeed a real brick wall. I'm not from the UK originally. I'm not from the UK at all. I'm from New Zealand, but I am living in the UK. Because juggling chainsaws couldn't harm your stream. Yeah, I've been working on it, but it's been a bit painful, so I've taken a break. Thank you, Riley. Much appreciated. This is a real thing. It is indeed. Blood for the blood gods and skulls for the throne of Pokemon games. Do you remember me, the person who was yapping about Millie Bobby Brown? Millie Bobby Brown. Let me think. We were talking about We were talking about things a while back. I don't remember what we were saying about Millie Bobby Brown in particular. You'll have to remind me, and then we can associate this memory. Another trap card. Yeah, accent conversation happens pretty much every stream. Hi, Savantes. How you going? ZA was cool, but definitely underwhelming, as well as the whole AI Pokemon Go incident. I don't know about the AI Pokemon Go, sorry. I will say I do think the graphics look epic, but agreed with the gameplay first. Exactly, because there are trailers that have been awesome. Thank you, Noel. I actually will I will jump on your commentary there, Noel. I am not diagnosed with autism. I have suspicions. I have been peer reviewed by the community that there might be how I phrase it is I definitely have autistic traits. I am very well aware of that. But the same way that everyone has a little bit of something and might relate to some ADHD traits, for example, but don't have enough to be able to get a formal diagnosis. I also don't have enough to get a formal diagnosis, but in terms of the cash side of things, I don't have enough cash. That is why I don't have a formal diagnosis. Anyway, I don't know how much it would change my lifestyle if I actually went out of my way to see if it is formal or not. However, a lot of people ask about my accent, and my accent is a blend. I'm originally from New Zealand. I moved to Australia, but I've always had this kind of British-esque accent. Especially when I got my braces, it got very, very British, but I always had very rounded pronunciation, even as a kid. And I palmed that off somewhat as having a posh school that I went to. And on top of that, a German father. So I thought, okay, maybe there's some influence there. However, something that I have not spoken about, so this is always my like normal, yeah, I know my accent's a bit funny, and I went to acting school, so that's why sometimes I have this Americanisms come in every now and again. This is always my like palming off of ha 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 ha. But I also know that there is an autism trait where people, not everyone with autism, but autistic people often will speak very formally. And I don't usually bring that part up when people ask about my accent. It's kind of because I'm like, well, I don't know if I have autism, but I do know that a lot of autistic people speak very formally. My boss is not formally diagnosed, but she speaks very, very British, and she's Australian, like born and bred Australian. Maybe she has some British heritage, actually, now that I think about it. But she speaks like a full Brit, basically. And a lot of other people I know who are Australian or New Zealander who display a lot of autistic traits speak very British. And it's just interesting. So Noelle, thank you for the observation, because I agree. I tend not to make that my my identifier of the accent, but I have my suspicions. And in terms of the Australians participating, I actually haven't heard about this, so I'm not able to really comment on it. I'm from New Zealand, as I said, so my concern would be that if Australia's going over, New Zealanders will go over. It just feels like a bad usage of our soldiers and whatnot. But anyhow, she wants people to know she can afford a house in a good suburb. I wish I could afford a good house in a house in a good suburb. That'd be excellent. No, I'm mooching at the moment. I'm mooching very, very hard. What's your name? Clementine. Yo, Eastbeck over on YouTube. Appears all the British folks are waking up, so I must take my leave. Yeah, you go do your thing. All the best on the phone call. Oh, thank you for the compliment. That's very sweet. Your hair blending into the brick wall doesn't help our argument for redheads being human. Shh, I'm AI. Can you said... I could say red glue gun blue glue gun 10 times fast. But I will tell you this, Nomosaurus Rex. First of all, love your name. Very cool. Very, very fun. Very cool. I tend to try not to say things that people tell me to say because I don't know if it's a gotcha for slurs and whatnot. And I'm not saying that yours is. I'm trying to say it out loud, but the whole point of saying things multiple times is that it often gets flipped and reversed, and so I tend to just use a bit of a ruling thumb that I don't say things that when I'm prompted to say them. Hi, hello, hi there. I've had a good day, thank you. So Pokemon Go used all the data from player map usage to create the most realistic world map for AI training purposes and sold it to Niantic in the finest of print in the terms and conditions. Oh yes, that that I did know about. I just didn't realize it was AI in particular. They literally have goals where it's like, hey, scan this thing for us. What did people think that they were going to be using that data for? Every time I am prompted to scan a Pokestop, do you know what I do? I delete that prompt. I remove it so that I don't have to contribute to this. Anyway, so it just is like, what did they think? What did they think was happening? Thanks, Planet. Go get some rest. Much appreciated. If you stream at night, you're going to be tired in the day. Good thing I'm not streaming at night. Have you heard of a little thing called time zones, Laosloth? Have you heard of a little thing like that? Have you thought about this? I like the way you talk. Thank you, Night Warrior. Something is definitely wrong with Clem, but it's novel to science. It's true. It's true. Can you put a caption on the side of the screen saying not AI, not Australian, not Asmongold? Yes, I'm supposed to be doing my YouTube bot. How about we, while I sip on my tea, how about we solve one of those things? I won't do all of them. So basically the mods are very, very, very good at helping me out. But unfortunately, a lot of the things that they could do need to be done on my computer. And so therefore, even though it's in the capability of the mods and they're very willing to help and would do it if they could, they can't because they need access to my computer and they live very, very far away. So what we can do is we can solve one of those for the chat bot today. It has been gold indeed. Could you do that thing that you do? Well, I'm doing it right now, but don't tell anyone. Hi, Alex. Welcome back. Okay, all right. This is AI. I don't know if Chris Naldo is still here, but Chris Naldo, can you please, we've already had a lot of theories, but can you please explain what makes you think it's AI so that I can try and counter people thinking that it's AI? Because, you know, I've tried to tackle this from a lot of ways. We have our theories, but we really need to hear from the people who actually think it's AI. So I can put 3 fingers in front of my face. If you can help me with what I should do to make it not look like AI, then I'd be very appreciative. What sort of classic books did you read in your youth? No, I did not read Victorian classics. I read a whole bunch of trash. What did I read? No, I look, the closest to British I would have read, I don't even know if it was British now that I think about it. I grew up on The Keys to the Kingdom from Garth Nix, who is Australian author, admittedly. But A Series of Unfortunate Events. That was my go-to book series of choice. Hi, Dewey. You must have a partner from Nordic ancestry with blonde eyes and blue hair. As in, I should find someone who fits that description to have babies with. Is that it? Let's go to the beach. Okay. All right. Hi, Duke. They took all the data from years ago when AI wasn't a major thing, so it was really got you to OG Pokemon Go users. Oh, okay, that sucks, yeah. All right, I did not know. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know about the AI in particular. My day is well, Bud Rose. I hope yours is okay as well. My dining chair curls the flooring. I don't know what that means, but I hope it's okay. Yeah, this is pre-recorded. That's the one. Clement Gold or Asmon Girl. Oh, I do like Clement Gold though. That's kind of cute. There's Asmon Girl, I feel like makes more sense. A troll connecting their offensive post. How kind. I changed the batteries. Nice. Why is the brick wall not plastered? Is it mainly for aesthetics? I did not make the brick wall. But yes, so whoever did, they did a shoddy job, that's for sure. Welcome to the UK. Friendly, smart, and cohesive talking response. Thank you, Oreo. That's very kind. It's good to see you again. Touch the bricks. Okay. To prove you're not AI, I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. But I just got that! Oh, just the usual cycle, Kiwi man. Accent, AI, hair. You know the thing. 3 weeks of Sherlock Holmes or Jane Austen, and I speak like the Queen. That's cute. No, I haven't watched either of these. I do watch Bridgerton though, so that doesn't help. Hey, thank you for the compliment. Hey, Peggy Corn, about my smile as well.
Scream love.
Scream love, much love, Peggy Corn. Hope you're well. Are you broke? No. Are you? Asmon Girl does sound better to the ear. It just flows nicely. You're built like a girl version of, I like how it says Pissin' Boots, and yes, that is correct. A lesser known version than Puss in Boots, you know. Keep the clothes, I want the bike. No, it's mine. It's mine. I want a gift on live. How cool. Welcome. It's good to have you. Oh, one. That makes more sense. I was like, what do you mean by that? I won a gift on live that I was watching on a comedian show I was watching. That is very cool. Are you able to share with us what you won? You can live 30 to 60 days off a fresh water supply and no food, but only 3 to 7 days with all the foods you can eat and no water.
I'm doing my part.
It certainly makes you think about how the fact I forgot my water bottle downstairs. Damn it. God damn it. Who is this old lady? Hello, welcome. Welcome, Bob. It's good to have you here. How are you? Oh my gosh, hold on, one moment. Buzzing Flight, thank you for the tier 2. But we also need to say things.
Scream fruit.
Scream fruit, thank you, Buzzing Fly, and also for the tier 2 and the 15 months, so kind. But happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, Peggy Corn, happy birthday to you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're getting up to something special. Go enjoy some fancy dinner, do something nice for yourself. I'm sure that someone got you some beautiful gifts as well. Happy birthday. Thank you for sharing your birthday with us as well. Oh, Noelle, thank you. Well, I'll don't get me wrong, Noelle. I'll certainly do my best to keep your opinion of streamers accurate. Just give me more time, okay? But no, I do appreciate that. You've been lovely as well. Like I said, I often don't address the things you have addressed, and it was nice. I guess there's this cringy line that I stayed away from a long time because I basically everyone who used it I thought made me roll my eyes. However, there is something to it. And the phrase is, I just feel seen. I feel seen, where it's like, oh, you know, sometimes people notice things that a lot of others don't. And it's just like, oh. It's not always a good thing. Ice skating and bowling. What a wonderful time. Peggy Corn, have the best. You don't have the best day. Don't feel like you have to come and chat. You just go with a focus on having a wonderful birthday. And like I said, thank you for sharing it with us. Okay, did you know the Mars rover plays Happy Birthday? I did. I've heard this fact. It actually was taught to me by you guys. I have horrendous gas from Indian food. It happens. Maybe try, I don't know about the Indian food. I was going to say maybe try having less onion in it, but that feels pretty common. Nailing the return of Christ to a cross would do it. Well, you know, I'll bring him back first, and that will get me a lot of views, and then I'll nail him to the cross. What is your name, and from which country you are? Hello, you can call me Clem, short for Clementine, and I'm from New Zealand, but that's not where I am. And I'm in the UK. It's a beautiful cup for my lovely team. Hi, Goku. See ya. Bye. See you later. Okay. We are going to solve. So basically, we're going to try something new today. But we are going to first solve one command. We're going to do one command at a time. So what would we like to see? What shall we do? The hair, accent, AI. Let me have a look. The mods have been really good. They've been keeping a list of the things that we should add. Maybe we can just do where are you from? Fonk? We're not doing fonk. We're not adding channel points. We're adding commands so that they can respond to people who ask a whole bunch of questions. Yeah, no. Oh, right, the unconditional love. No, that was my comment. You're talking to me and only me. You're not allowed to talk to any of the other people in the room. I don't care if you're AI as long as you're pro-human. Oh, Season Lounge. Ooh, did you not hear? Oh, no, you might not have been here yesterday when I was shooting up in in Red Dead Redemption. Hi, Ryan. Hello. Let's do maybe the accent. Where are you from? We do need a funk command. We will try and bring back the funk, okay? I promise. Yeah, I was shooting up, exactly. Okay, so we need to add a new action. Add. This one is going to be called New Zealand, because that will be the answer. New Zealand. We need this to send a message. Target info raw input. So we need raw input. No, that's not the one. This is why I don't do this. Get user info. This also might not be available on YouTube. User info. Kick. Trover. Oh, no, it is. User add broadcaster. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't think that my robot, because it's not AI, it's a robot, I have to command it to do things, does not have the ability to @ another user in YouTube chat. Missed opportunity, if I do say so myself. So I don't know how to do like a respond, but I can do add and then send message. And this will say, Clem is from New Zealand, but her accent is a bit strange. That's all. That'll be all for now. We'll just make sure it works. And then let's add a command trigger. You don't have enough hair, you reckon? I feel like I get it. I understand it. I got there. It took me a while. The loading screen was happening, but it did get there. Name. Yep. So then we want to say this anywhere. Where are you from? What is your accent? Your accent is weird. What other things do people say? What is that accent? Goes on and on and on and on and on. Okay. I like your accent. I like my accent too. Where are you from? Did it work? Yay! It worked! So now we just have to find all of the triggers. The only problem is that it doesn't @ the person. It doesn't @ the person that said it. You talk funny. That's another one. because we can change the message very, very easily, at least. But I think that we can do this. You talk funny. Okay, so now we got to try a different method. If I say, why do you talk funny? Let's see how good the bot is at reading. Woohoo! It did it! Okay, that was actually really easy. I like it. Hey, Delta. Do you even English, bruh? Cool. Okay, we've solved one bot command today that we can continue to add on. And then it'll be fun. Oh, you're born in Cornwall. There we go. Why would you migrate the other way? That's another one that gets asked a lot. I wanted to be close to Europe. I went on a big rant literally yesterday about how, or maybe it was the day before, it's cyclical. But I went on a rant about how I didn't move to the UK for its natural beauty. I moved because of easy visa and proximity to Europe. So it's really as simple as that. Yeah, I shoot up downstairs rather than up here. Cool. I think that we are really good. You have lovely, energetic aura. Thank you. That's really sweet. I really like that one. Paint your walls. Can you do it for me? Okay, actually, here we go. As you can see, they are bricks. Should I just paint the bricks and then we can have a whole bunch of blue bricks behind me? Wait! Why is this a genius idea? Maybe green? We get a nice deep green. We keep all the bricks, but we paint each individual brick. Oh my gosh. Now we're talking. So then it's like, I don't have to knock it all down or cover it up. We just have green bricks instead of red ones. Yes, UK is not a part of the EU, as you are aware, but Europe, I still call it a part of Europe. A modicum of moderation, quite. UK allowed you in because of your natural beauty. Oh my god. Now we're getting raised up by Dota. We'd love to see you. Walls are constructs crafted by the inner barriers your mind creates. And that is too profound and deep for not even 9 a.m. for me. But it is AI, so I guess it also helps. You got a permit for that paint. Technically, I would be allowed to. I don't think it will help with my roommate's resale value. But I would be allowed to. Why don't you paint it all different colors? It could be like a brickathon. So maybe in September when they often have their Subtember, we do like a subathon on Twitch, and every sub gets maybe not every sub, but every something gets to paint a brick their color of choice. I'm gonna have a lot of colors. Take a photo of this first so you can then green screen the old bricks over the painted ones. I'm not painting the bricks. I like my bricks, okay? So I think that we'll just have, olive green. I think we would just have to decorate it and then we'll have less comments. The thing is, I love my bricks. I think that they're cool. It's nice and simple. It's just about us chatting away. I don't want to decorate it too much and then that become really super distracting. And then people are like, wow, I like the whatever we decorate it with. And I know that it would look pretty, don't get me wrong, but I like a minimalism. I'm so conflicted. Anyway, Vanta Black. Oh, okay. Well, now that you've brought up Vanta Black, throw all of my argument out of the window. Have you looked at that brickwork? Ursula won't hurt the resale. Genuinely, I don't know what was going on, because this is not the only empty brick as well. There's one that is, I think it, so this one here, I think it actually can be seen. That is also a hole. That's another hole. You guys would have seen it when I was setting up originally. Hola, Boba. Hi, Young. How you going? I like the bricks too. How's a bare brick wall like this not damp and cold? Because it's in an attic, so it's actually pretty warm. It actually gets pretty toasty. My camera overheated the other day, so that's why it's fine. If you don't like the bricks, we don't like you. Exactly! Buying a green screen sheet would be cheaper than the sealant and paint. Yes, exactly. So I feel like Elgato just needs to hit me up and hook me up. You know what I'm saying? Then we can work on the lighting, and we can work. I do touch my nose. That guy yesterday really like not in an offensive way. It's just a self-awareness. I really do touch my nose a lot. I wonder why. Is it like a nervous thing? Is it that I'm getting allergies? Does my hair constantly touch my nose? I really do, yeah. The self-awareness. It's not even like a bad thing. And so you could say he got in my head, but like I said, it's not a bad thing. I love I guess learning more about myself in a way. I think self-awareness is a great thing. But it's just now every single time I touch my nose, I'm like, "Oh my God, I do." Damn. Hi, Dunham. I've been alert. Yeah, it's punk rock. Spritz with water, make it pop. I think the bricks are cool, hey? So the green screen, I think the green screen would be really good for like video games though, because then I could pop it on the back here. There is because one thing that people don't know about green screens that are retractable, the actual base of it is quite thick. And so my old housemate had one. And so I do think it would fit perfectly at the back without interfering with where I am. And so then I can just go. So I genuinely have been considering it. I think that it could be really good for video games. You know how people just kind of cut out themselves. And then we can wear the Starbucks green as well. So I don't know if I want to buy one though. They are a couple $100, I believe, or at least they were when I was in Australia. And I don't know. I kind of just want to grow the channel a little bit more, I suppose. We did maybe if we had reached out during peak. Actually, if we had reached out during peak viewership when last year, then I probably would have had to sell the green screen anyway because I wouldn't have been able to take it all the way to the UK. So it's nice that I didn't have one. But now, well, it would be nice to grow the channel and then see if people can give us freebies. We don't need an ongoing sponsorship. It would just be nice to have some freebies, you know? Want to learn how to make piss spaghetti? Yes. Yes, absolutely. What the hell is a piss spaghetti? Do share. We're all curious now. We all want to know. Tell us. Go on then. Yeah, please tell us. Don't touch your nose if too many rangers touch their noses around the world at the same time. It opens up a wormhole. Shit. It's all the black holes together, you know? Yeah, I think it's just like my hair is making it itchy or something. Oh yeah, I could just put two, I don't know, that word is going to make people squeamish. Anyway, I can put 2 feminine hygiene products, there we go, up there. And that will be my whole shtick. My whole shtick will move from sit-down comedian to, well, I was gonna make another reference about how I am a redhead. And how there are certain names that people use. Luckily, no one on the live streams have used it, but anyhow, moving on. I feel like a lot of you guys like that. Okay. Yeah, if you know what I'm talking about, then yeah, you can laugh about that one. I'll just move on. My mum does it to a point where she wears down the skin on her nose. It's a nervous tick. Oh, okay. So maybe I'm doing that. So it's good. It's great. The awareness, it'll help me stop doing that. It's a similar reason to trying to stop saying like every time. I do say like occasionally, but I feel like, oh no, now the word like is becoming obsolete. When people are using that in like every sentence, you know, like what I mean? It's very common in teenage girls and they have to cut it out. Want some self-awareness? You have Ryan Reynolds' smile. Interesting. Let's have a look. This feels like one we have to check. Ryan Reynolds. Maybe your power comes from your nose. You know the old saying, the nose knows. The retractable ones are good. So I think it would be not a bad investment to have, but there's no point at this stage. La 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 la, like, you know, My son couldn't pronounce spaghetti and he was little and he used to say, "Biscotti, adorable." I don't want to know how to make spaghetti. Okay, you can block your ears when we learn it. I feel like they cook for 40 minutes. That's it. That's all I have to do. Yes, smelling soap. That's the one. At least it would be a period accurate joke. Good one. Good one. Alrighty. What is going on? Better deal than rude. Hello. It's your long hair, wispy bits float about and touch your nose. That's what I was thinking yesterday, genuinely. I was like, I'm pretty sure that it's just getting on my face because I kind of...
I'm doing my part.
Well. So I just need better... I need my hair to not be moving around. Therefore, I should not move around. So it's still achieving a similar thing. Now we will be still and stoic and mog the shit out of everyone. Can we call it Brexit? Brexit? That feels like just a commentary on my accent. I listened to a podcast with Kate Nash. I don't think I'm familiar with Kate Nash. The amount of likes she dropped really pulled me out of it. Exactly. Who was I listening to that was saying like a lot? Because I had a similar situation where I found it very difficult to listen to them because they were saying like. And sometimes I watch back moments from my stream and I find that I use the term like when I am recalling some stories that I am not as well rehearsed in. And so I will say, oh, and then my dad was like this and I was like that and I was like that. But I don't think that is too bad. It is just something I'm aware of that I want to use better language with. But the egregious usage of the word like, we all know that we're talking about it when it's like, you know, when like someone like is speaking like they are a teenager and like they were going to the shop, they were going to the like shop. It's a filler word. Anyway, it just kind of makes me go. Another one is I say or anyway or my laugh where I'm like at the end of my laugh. So I am aware of some of my vocal patterns, I suppose, and it's kind of hard not to be when you speak so much on the internet. Anyhow, your natural color is brown hair. How did you know? No one knows this. Can I come on your show and cook some pescetti? Can you get to Southampton in UK? What are we doing? We're just catching up. Usually the first hour, which is almost over, of my stream, we kind of just riff off the chat rather than have anything in particular. But we are going to segue to talking about Pragmata. Hi, Jacqueline. I hope you're well. Good to see you. Your humor is New Zealander. Yeah, it's very dry is what it is. I couldn't cook for that long. I need to sit down. Well, you could cook it and then leave it. Sometimes it's just about leaving it to simmer. Want to know what made those bones? You don't want to know what made those bones. I feel as though most people from our generation have some predisposition to using the word like, whereas other generations don't use it as much. I think so. Be more AI-like. Oh, okay. I actually have unironically adopted the word mog. I noticed that I said it a couple times, both in Oblivion and in Red Dead. So, yeah, what can I say? I'm like Gen Alpha. I'm hip and down with the kids. No cap. Actually, it's not. We can't say no cap is Gen Z. I'm trying to learn the alpha lingo. Pamela. Oh, this was a fun one. What you on besides a redhead going through menopause? I like the idea of menopause, where it is this like a pause of your mental capacities rather than what we believe they were saying of menopause. Menopause. You were meant to pause there. And you did. Want to know what's behind that door? You don't want to know what's behind that door. Oh, and another one, the Stoic Militia. Who the hell does this chick think she is? Why should we all listen to her talk? Well, I don't know if you're still here, Militia, but I will tell you that you don't have to listen to me talk. You can choose. You have free will. I don't sit here thinking that I should have everyone listening to me talk. In fact, I hope that many don't. So, it's okay. If you're having fun, you can chat. But if you're not, you don't have to be here. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Trust me, we all think it would be a wonderful thing. Anyhow, it's a loud full stop meant to pause. She's not reading chat, I'm out. People are so impatient. The thing is, I also find this kind of stuff funny where it's like, clearly I'm reading chat. It is so obvious that I am reading the chat messages, but if I don't read their chat message within 0.5 of a second, then it's like, well, she doesn't even read the live chat. Even though there is clear evidence that I am reading people's chats. And so it's like this complete disregard for anyone else who might be here. And it just shows such an entitlement and a selfishness, does it not? Anyhow, sleeping time. Yeah, you go get some rest. You are still here. Loud Sloth, in answer to your question, I'm not live streaming late at night. It is only 9 in the morning for me. I'm in the UK. Hopefully that makes more sense about not sleeping late at night. Streaming late at night. But you go sleep late at night. Get some rest. You are a sloth after all. You need it. Kate Nash does that foundation song, My Fingertips Are Holding on the Cracks of No Foundation. No, I agree. That makes sense why I don't know Kate Nash then. It's a filler word, but it's a filler word with a specific connotation indeed. The level of concentration required to hear incessant likes with no plot. Anyways, I use anyways a lot. Idiosyncrasies. No, not idiosyncrasies. Thank you for the reminder. I have the correct word. Idiosyncrasies are mannerisms. Idiolects are vocal idiosyncrasies, I guess. So idiolect, like dialect. That's the similar has similar roots. So when it's talking about vocalization and speech patterns and the mannerisms within the speech specifically, idiolect rather than idiosyncrasy. Now you know. I like the vocalized sighs. It's endearing. Oh, thank you. Because whenever I watch it back, I'm like, oh my God, breathe more, girly, breathe. I only watch like 1 or like 2 like streamers like at it, like all. That was too many. Oh, you think that my natural hair is brown because my eyebrows are brown? I hate to tell you this, Ducats, but my eyebrows are natural. And my hair is natural. However, I do understand why you might think it's weird that they're different colors. There's nothing wrong with that. Astute observation. I'm not going to call you out for that. I think that it is, a lot of people don't really look at my eyebrows. And so astute observation. But in the future, consider that maybe I dyed my eyebrows rather than dyeing my hair. Because if you've seen very, very ginger eyebrows, I'm going to put it out there. They're not always the prettiest. Sometimes it doesn't look like you even have eyebrows. If I came onto your show, how long do you get permabanned? About 5 minutes, I'd say. I'll leave out filler words when I stream my stream, so yeah, all the other ones. Pragmatism, my favorite subject since living on the spectrum. Because I know the word pragmatic, but I'm trying to figure out pragmatism, how that would work. The philosophical tradition originating in the USA that evaluates theories, thoughts, and beliefs based on their practical applications, successes, and problem solving until rather than the abstract absolute truths. Solving utility, sorry. Fascinating. Okay. You said one too many times, and now you remind me of Plain Sunday. He is so talented. Like, and I just, whenever he comes up on my algorithm when doing his dances, I'm like, God damn it, you are not allowed to be that talented. Mogging is basically like when you dominate someone using your looks. And so, obviously, I'm being very dramatic about it, but let's say we have 2 people, you and me, baby. It's not a staring competition. It's just a mog off. And now you're going to feel inferior because I am clearly the alpha male. You know what I mean? I'm the alpha, and now you've just been mogged. And it's basically just making someone submissive purely based on aura, another Gen Alpha term. That's basically it. Okay, I'm just gonna catch in my world, it's an affectionate term for a cat or like a monkey. Can I get pregnant if I have mini paws? Okay, she does. She's planning her dictatorship. You know it. One day she'll read my comments. Never. Free choice is awesome. Thanks, AJ. Hi, do I want to say this word out loud? I don't know who Martin is. It's probably a bad one. I'm from New Zealand. Oh, wait, I need to change it to say where are you from with the U as well. Okay, that's good to know. It's proof that it's pre-recorded. Indeed, Raven. Indeed. Would you rather lose your sense of smell or your sense of taste? I know that your smell would affect your sense of taste. I feel like sense of taste maybe, because then you can still have the delights. Because if you lose your sense of taste, then you can still have the delights of nice smells. You have the rancidness of bad smells, which will protect you from eating anything disgusting, because that's kind of what our primal instincts are meant to do. If you smell something and you go, ugh, then you shouldn't eat it. However, if it smells fine, you can eat anything. It just won't be as nice. And honestly, it'd probably help with a lot of weight loss. Not that I need it, but I'm just saying that it's probably would be very good to eat for survival rather than for indulgence, you know? What did you call us? Sorry. Would you never fart or burp again? Well, then I'll probably explode, you know? Are you a real woman? No. But exactly right, Captain. Why would I be AI? Actually, I will say that I learned more about AI. I like your eyebrows. Thank you. I like my eyebrows as well. If I came on your show, ha ha ha. If you can't smell, you can't taste. Think though before posing a question. It's sometimes I still try to indulge. You should cast your voice behind a cartoon character. I would love to do that. I actually have an email that I need to respond to try and figure out how I can make that possible. Very beautiful, very powerful, quiet. The mogging. I have been mogging you for years. So mog is a stupid new age term for looking another human in the eyes. No. It is about making one feel lesser or inferior than because of their physical prowess and aura. And so, for example, if you have a whole bunch of people or maybe, you know what? I'll show you. So first of all, I want to look at Ryan Reynolds. Don't we all? I see it. I get it. He's clearly had some orthodontics. I don't think you naturally have teeth that look like this. They even look maybe even a little bit straighter here. Yeah, I think he's had even more work. But I think he's got this rounding to some of his teeth that I also have. I want to know what his teeth look like as a kid. And I will compare. Yeah, some of these look like they've had even more work, perhaps. Perhaps? Anyway, I see it. I think it's because we both have a very thin upper lip as well. I know that when I get super excitable, then my gums come out. But in typical speech, if I am speaking like this, yeah, we've got and even our bottom lip. I think we have a very similar. What does his regular lip look like? I just want. Maybe we have the same mouth. We should smush them together for science. You know? What do you guys think? Shall we smush our lips together for science? Ryan Clements. I feel like they're pretty similar. Oh my god, me for the next Deadpool. I like it. I can be the stand-in. This is also what I look like, and so that helps my case, you know. I think has been acting since he was younger. Oh, yeah, I was going to say I'm pretty sure he was as well. Oh wait, hold on. This is for see mama, I don't know if you noticed that I Anywho. Okay, Mog off. Let's see if we can do a Mog off. So there's even a new game that's like Omegle where people can Mog each other. Do we just have I'm seeing if we have any just short things that can show it off. Mogged. Absolutely mogged. The thing is, I don't participate in this. I can only see all of the games. I'm scared to click on any of these. Sad T-face indeed. What was the question? What is mogging, I guess? I don't want to type it again, but I made a completely hilarious comment in response. Okay, let me have a look. I will. That is all you need to do. I thought that's the one that smells like bitter almonds. Okay, not that one. The I don't see it. I see armpit hair. Okay, give Ryan Reynolds his smile back. He needs it more than you. You have plenty of smiles at home. I'm sorry, Ryan. I'll throw that back your way ASAP. Brad Pitt reportedly went to the extreme of having his front teeth voluntarily chipped by a dentist to play Tyler Durden. Oh my gosh. That's too method for me. I feel like we have the prosthetics for that kind of stuff, but nonetheless. Ryan Reynolds in Blade 3. Guys, we gotta end stream. We got a movie to watch. We got a movie to watch. Sunday. Oh, Sunday would do very well with mogging, I think. Aussie pool, you know it. Looking another person in the eyes is a trait of a lot of autists can't relate to. It's like a show of dominance. It is, okay, so this is not really about, so mogging is not about looking at someone in the eyes. So you have to not have that correlation. However, there are a lot of cultural references that maintained eye contact can be something that is not aggressive, but dominating. If one is able to maintain eye contact, that shows their confidence, that shows how relaxed they are. That also can, in turn, become something more menacing. Have you looked away yet? Well, then you just got mogged. But that is not what mogging is, because mogging could just be, for example, I walk into a room. All of the people realize how freaking alpha male sick as hell I am. And they all start putting their tails between their legs because they feel like a tiny little beta cuck. Are these the words? Am I using the correct words? And so they would have got mogged simply by me just walking in the room. It doesn't have to be an eye contact thing. It's just someone who shows dominance over another based on their physical prowess. So, for example, if the Mountain walked in, then maybe I would feel a little intimidated and I would have got mogged by the Mountain from Game of Thrones. I've forgotten the actor's name. Where it is just this like, okay, yes, I am little boy now. Yes, you are the alpha. That is the mogging. Another fun tooth fact, Jim Carrey had a cap removed from his front tooth in the role for Dumb and Dumber. I have heard about this because it's it makes him look a bit more dopey, but that's actually just his teeth. Hi, G Baba. Hi, Afro. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? I realize that I'm coming across as an ignorant, but I didn't get that impression whatsoever, Kiwi man. Please don't put that in your head. I think that you are just trying to figure it out. I didn't think you were ignorant, and we are teaching. When will you marry me? When you come pick me up from my house, obviously. Mogging is just looking better than someone. Exactly. It's just as simple as that. It is looking better than someone. It is it doesn't have to be about like an actual face-off. That's just kind of where the term. So I think that's we're over here, and we need to get you back here, Kiwi man. So mogging is basically just when you or the person who is more attractive, or I don't think it's always about attractiveness either. It's just about physical prowess. And so I think someone that is huge would also help. Let's see. It's from the looks maxing community. Let's see if this one will show an example. This says brutal mog. Mog Nation, rise up. Let's have a look, shall we? We'll go full screen. Okay, so this is just basically a compilation of people getting mogged. I think this is a good example. You know, there's nothing, if we take away, how do I block this guy? I don't know how to block this guy. If we take away this guy, this dude down here, he's clearly working out a bunch. He's fine. There's not, like, he's doing his stuff. This guy clearly has been doing it a little bit longer. Probably, I don't know if these shoulders are natural or if that's steroid usage. Regardless, it doesn't matter. It is the look that this guy, especially with the height, has won the mog off. And if you think the reverse, then you should go play that game where you can where it is subjective, obviously. But I think this is a good example where one guy is clearly so much taller, and honestly I do think it is more about the height rather than like body fat percentages or stuff. And so someone who is very tall will often have more likelihood to mog someone, essentially. Yes, this is what I'm thinking. He could be a swimmer. The thing is, see, Mama, I feel like it probably is steroid usage, and I know a lot of people use steroids. I don't really care. But he could be a swimmer. You know, I call it stingrays. A lot of the swimmers have those stingray muscles, which are these ones under the armpit here. Thank you, Dennis. And so anyway, regardless of steroid usage, the height, it's pretty hard to not mog someone when you have like a foot of difference. He's probably like, you know, we'll give this guy, he doesn't look like he's super tall, but this guy's well over 6 foot, and you can tell. And that is already going to be enough to give you the likelihood of mogging someone. Steroid usage, it's kind of mean. What makes it mean, sorry? It's not deformity, there's just a lot of emphasis on lats. So I think that that's why I was saying swimming, for example, they do work out these muscles a lot. I think that when using steroids, that can, if you're putting a focus on these things, that's what can make it bulk up. Similar to, you know, Arnie, the big man himself. Like, you still have to put in the work. That's why I don't really care. It's just because you can't just inject steroids and then expect to have muscles. He still needs to put in the work. But when you are using it, that's what can make these certain areas bulk up more, and that's clearly where his focus is. And so that's why he's getting the swimmer's muscles, the stingray muscles. I don't think it's mean. We've been pretty matter of fact. It is my natural hair color, you know. Okay, I find eye contact with people I don't know are uncomfortable. That is very, very natural. Don't worry. Avoiding it, however, can lead to some awkward misunderstandings. Oh no! Yes, it's like I promise I'm not looking. And then you're. Maybe you just have to look really aloof, Ian. If you're struggling with eye contact, instead of like looking down like a lot of people are when they're nervous or shy, you need to change your whole personality. to looking aloof. And because I kid you not, I have an old school friend that she doesn't do this habit anymore, but I used to catch up with her every now and again because I'm talking about New Zealand, so I would see her infrequently, and she would always talk like this, and I kept on being like, is there something on my head? Like, is there something wrong with my hair? Is there a bug on me? But she would always just kind of look slightly above your head. She doesn't do it anymore, but yeah, she would always be like, yeah. And she has no visual impairment. So I know that there have been some people who kind of look in a certain direction because they have visual impairment. Look, to be fair, she is very aloof. She is incredibly aloof. It's me, a bot, a robot. Hello. Hi, I'm from New Zealand. Anyway, so if that helps with your looking down, just have the misunderstanding that you're looking up, because then at least that, like me, I'd be like, is there just something in my hair? And that's better than being assumed that you're looking at someone's boobs, you know? It's always pretty much about attractiveness, but not about being physically domineering. I feel like physically domineering can be attractive. That's why I'm kind of realizing that it doesn't have to be always about attractiveness. But you are correct that it is pretty much always about it, where it's just the straight up, how do you look? But I do think that when someone walks in and because the mogging is about the alphaness, essentially. And so if you walk into the room and you are incredibly attractive, which I assume is an experience that every single one of you listening does from your day to day, like, damn, I'm looking fine AF. And so you walk in, you're hot as fuck, and then someone who is, especially a guy, a foot taller than you, even if they are, let's say, not as conventionally attractive as you are, I still think that you can get this, like, oh God, like, you can feel dominated by their physicality. And I think that that's where mogging can come in, where it's who won by continuing their self-confidence. Because if you are so self-confident and that super tall person, you're like, it ain't no thing, then of course you're gonna win the mog off, because you're just like, I don't think it's about just conventional attractiveness. I think it is more about that how long can you just be cool. But when thinking about the looks max community as well, that's where I think it can still stay in this very traditional view on attraction. And so I do agree with nuance. You know what I mean? Not likely to be a swimmer here, has bulked up his muscle mass, could be a bodybuilder maybe? Bodybuilder would work, but again, bodybuilders, I don't think there's anything against maybe they have natural competitions and then steroid competitions, and that's fine. I have a friend that so Kif and I were talking about this. Kif basically was like, wouldn't it be interesting that if we had, say, and he's not necessarily condoning the usage of steroids, but if people are going to use it, wouldn't it be interesting to see how far we can push the human body? So we have the regular Olympics, where it's like, this is peak athleticism from natural. And then we have the steroid Olympics. There was a curiosity there. Yeah. It's from a joke. I don't think that he was saying it from a joke. I think that this was just his curiosity, and he doesn't mean it seriously. Obviously the conversation went on where it's like, the problem with that would be unsafe usage of steroids, and that and so similarly why there is not an Oscar award for stunts is as soon as you start creating a reward structure for this, people will push that limit. It can start becoming incredibly unsafe. So it was a mature conversation, a boring conversation. But the point is that there is still that curiosity of how far could we go? How far could we go? And exactly that, Raven. Corey, can we please get a fish fact? It's been bugging me for several days because I don't think we had one on, I think it was Sunday. And you said that you had one ready. And if you wrote it out, I'm so sorry that I missed it. But I require the fish fact right here, right now, all right? I was in the middle. Thanks for noticing. It's me, Sue Heck. Okay. Swimming only works then out using basic resistance to water. It's more about high rep, low resistance. Okay, weights and tearing.
I'm doing my part.
But the swimmers would basically do those kinds of reps outside of the water as well, or maybe inside the water.
I'm doing my part.
What personality do you think I should choose? Aloof, definitely aloof. I can beat anyone in a staring contest. You'll definitely beat me then. I'm not good at staring competition whatsoever. I stare at their greatest insecurity. Everyone's got one. Well, I hate that you're staring at mine right now. That's actually really rude. It's rude, okay? Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Doesn't leave much time for self-loathing. Yeah, they're juiced. Okay, a roid off? Yeah, that's the one. I say again, let's normalize calling it steroid abuse as you can be given it in a medical situation. I agree to an extent. I think that where I would disagree, C Mama, is I guess similar to a lot of cosmetic indulgence. So let's say like Botox. And maybe this is me not having a strong stance on something. So be it. But I think like Botox, I am aware that people will continue to use it. And I think there are people who will be abusing it. And so I guess I like to think that it's that fine balance of acceptance versus normalizing. I don't want us to normalize, but when we have acceptance, I would hope that people can use these things safely. And then those who will abuse it, and I think maybe it is just an unfortunate result. So I guess I'm currently in the stance of trying to recognize that if people are going to use it anyway, that maybe we can try and find a middle ground. But there are definitely people who abuse it. There are people who unfortunately take like their lives are taken because of their abuse of steroids. So I do understand where you're coming from, and it's something that I'm aware of, I guess. But again, like I said, I wonder if we have more normalization if we will not be having that abuse. But it's a fine balance and a tough balance. And maybe after more understanding, I will change my mind to think that there should just be a no. And then we don't have a whole bunch of cosmetic injections as well. Enhanced games, that does sound like steroid Olympics. Is that but I guess it wouldn't be. I wonder how they would go compared to elite athletes. I've never been intimidated by a physically imposing individual before. As a 5'8" dude, it doesn't bother me at all if you're 6'5" or 4'2". Just don't be a cunt, exactly. A Russian Olympics, hilarious. Yeah, the health issues, exactly. So I feel like there would be a lot of regulation on how to create a roid Olympics, because it's like, well, you can't use more than this, and then people will use more than that the same way that they shouldn't be using any at all in the Olympics. So it probably is that moving goalpost situation, right? Please try a Peter Griffin mimic right now as an impersonation. All right, only because I feel like I've got one that will actually be somewhat easy to do. Okay, I failed there. The second R was not very Peter Griffinish. I should have just stayed very just, and I think I could have nailed it, and then I went off script. I went off script, but let me put it this way: you knew exactly what I was doing, and therefore I achieved it. Safely is in a medical situation. Exactly right. And so there are a lot of people who need steroid injections for whatever. Coffee snubber, my road trip buddy, she had to get a steroid injection. That's why she's so yoked. No, she has an ankle thing. And so they did a steroid injection into her ankle for something. I don't know. Alufa, hi Cassidy. Hello from London. Hi Milton. What is this channel about? We just riff off one another. Chelsea? Where's Chelsea? I don't even. Oh, is Chelsea as in Chelsea near London? I don't know. My greatest insecurity is being stared down in a PT office. Apparently, speaking of, I want to experience that insecurity tomorrow. I better go to bed. Good night, Citrusella. All the best at PT. Wear gloves when applying steroid creams. Oh, really? I hadn't even thought about that. The critter is cute. Yeah, that's Bulbasaur from Pokemon Orloon. Okay! So, we're gonna get multiple fish facts! Fish fact from Corey Boy. So, fish fact of the day. Corey catfish are I can't say this word. Facultative air breathers that use a swim and gulp motion to take air at the surface. Then they absorb oxygen from this air in the gut, releasing leftover gas from their intestines. This natural behavior helps them survive in low oxygen, warm, or shallow water. So basically, they swim, they take air from the top, and then from the air, rather than taking oxygen from within hydrogen, right? Because that's, I guess we need to go one step back. Fish, with their gills, they take in the water and they benefit from the oxygen that is found in hydrogen, i.e. water. Oh, sorry, hydrogen dioxide. And so that's where they benefit from the oxygen, I believe. Whereas the Cory catfish can take the higher levels of oxygen literally from our air, the same stuff that we breathe, and then they absorb it into their gut, releasing leftover gas from their intestines, and then this can help them survive in, yes, and there we go, water that has lower oxygen. Shallow water would be included in that, and I guess warm water would have lower oxygen too. What a cool little fish. Actually, Corey, when you said that you loved fish, I was wondering if you if you might mention Corey's. Anyhow, thank you so much for the fish fact. That is wonderful. Very, very wonderful. I mean, there's a lot of sports which basically adopted the mantra of if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Really? Damn. Well, I guess it's that competitiveness. The way to win at any means possible. The Enhanced Games dubbed the Steroid Olympics as a planned controversial multi-sport event scheduled for May. Oh my gosh! Designed to allow athletes to use the PEDs under medical supervision. Well, at least they have the medical supervision. I guess I will have to check it out. I feel like it's going to make me really uncomfortable because that's the thing is even though I am not pro steroid abuse, there we go. Like I said, I think that I have a bit of radical acceptance in a way. And I already struggle with needles and blood and stuff. I think I would probably faint watching the Enhanced Games. It would not be for me whatsoever. It would make me so uncomfortable. A sphere of sun in the velvet skin, tucked tight with nectar held within. One sharp snap of the scented peel unveils the bright and zesty meal. Fun. Chelsea's the place with all the gardens in it. Chelsea is a sports team, I guess. I was on steroids for a while to help with my CTE, which is ironic. I can't remember what CTE is, sorry. Chelsea Sugar Refinery? What are you talking about now? I guess the sugar refinery. Robot Coffee was using for corticosteroids. I used to treat inflammatory eye conditions like choroidal neovascularization, probably. My late cop buddy was 6'4" and jacked. Oh my gosh. He was a great dude and never used his size to intimidate anyone. He knew that he was what he was capable, but didn't hold that over anybody. That, to me, says that he mogged everyone even harder by being a gentle giant. The way you use your hands while talking is the way I imagine Dobby does sign language. Well, we'll be able to communicate at least. They don't split H2O into hydrogen and oxygen in the gills. They just extract the oxygen gas. Oh, yes. Sorry. I do realize that it would have sounded like I thought they extracted it. I meant just use the oxygen from H2O, but I kept on saying hydrogen. That is why yes, but I understand. I would have sounded very incorrect. Give Christ some praise before the end of the day. Okay, I'll do that. I am coming to your live to reduce some stress, and now I am getting more stressed. We have that effect on people, Idle Gamer. That does seem to happen around here. I want to open up a seafood restaurant that only sells chicken. Well, will they know? Will they know that it's chicken, or will you hide it from them? Because that would be very cheeky. Ah, gotcha. See, Mama. Well, in that case, yeah, Raven knows. I have forgotten my roots, apparently. My bad. F1 teams have entire teams of lawyers looking for small loopholes in the rules, and I could write entire assignments on its dozen of cheating scandals. I know my ex was into F1, so I learnt through them some of these things, and that's why the rules consistently change because they are finding these things. And in a way, it's kind of fascinating to see the stuff that they can do, and especially because things with competitions with equipment, the equipment can just get more and more advanced, whereas when it is something and you see this if you look at the world records in something like cycling versus running, world records get broken for track and field events, but usually the person who breaks them is now just, it's just been a long time since we've seen someone of that physicality. But the speed at which people run and and throw, they're not crazy different to what they were several decades. There are even records that have been held for so many decades because that person at the time, maybe however long ago it was just so good at their sport that it's been hard to break those records. Marathons, etc., etc. Whereas something like cycling or rowing and competitions that have equipment, these records get broken almost several times in one Olympic event because of how advanced they can make the equipment. More streamlined and faster and aerodynamic. And so the records, yes, we have some really, really fast cyclists, let's say, but their bikes are getting lighter and easier to move. And so I feel like we're not getting as much of a comparison of how good this particular cyclist is compared to one from 50 years ago. We are getting an example of how fast the bike is. And then people obviously using those. Kind of like horse riding, I suppose. People who are competing in horse riding events, their horse also needs to be an incredible marvel, but they need a rider to direct them. And so I read something that made me distracted. Events. Point being, I can't remember. Anyway, just things to add. Just things to add. What are you talking about? We're talking about competition, basically. The competitiveness. That's okay. So now I'm finding my way back. It was about competitiveness that I was making a point. Cheating. Maybe. Anyway. I always feel like when I lose my train of thought, it makes me sad because I usually am pretty good at bringing it back together. But nonetheless, fuck the bikes. Yeah, that was the point. I hate cyclists. That's what the point was. Call it seafood. That's very clever. But see the food. Can you say you are getting very sleepy ASMR style? No, I don't do ASMR. Are your teeth real? Yes, as far as I'm aware. So CTE was chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Oh, no wonder I didn't know what it was. Your English is so good. I should hope so. Thank you. Kendall was a gentle giant. Haven't heard that about him for a while. Oh, I'm glad. Hello, Raiders. How are you? What's going on? Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here. Welcome. Howdy. Hi. Hello. It's me. It's Clementine. You can call me Clem. We're just chatting stream, and we yap about not really anything in particular. It's kind of driven by whatever conversation comes up from the chatters. And at the moment, we're talking about peak athleticism and competition, and you're welcome to join in. Hello. We also have no idea what's happening most of the time, Lenman. You're so fine. I will not be biting any bricks, but they are real. See, this is an example. Is the human soul real, or is everything just brain chemicals? This is a question that typically we will indulge in, and we'll just riff off that and go from there. And that's basically what I do. So welcome. Who are you now, then? Well, I've not had to think about this. I haven't had to think about this. Anyway, BK, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Whatever you got up to. If you do need to head off, go. Don't stick around. Go do your thing. But I do very much appreciate you choosing here to raid. Thank you. If you are going to be chatting a little bit, let us know what you got up to. Otherwise, if you guys can answer on BK's behalf, then that gives them a chance to just go do their thing, you know? Yes, such deep questions. Well, you can blame the chatters for that one. Don't you think oxygen is too overrated? Okay, this is a simple conversation. We can end this conversation nice and quick. No. No, I don't. Next topic. Does anyone ever know what's going on? Nope. If it's brain chemicals, then they must be real chemicals, therefore are real. Whoa. Good night, BK. Thank you again. Thank you. Ooh, we catch bad guys. Well, that makes sense. Caught by BK. Well, I don't know if the mods did a shout out. They probably did. I probably just missed it. But nonetheless. Yes, go enjoy your dinner. Incredible. I hope you have fun. Thank you. We will come hang out and we will find the bad guys that you catch and have a great time. Thanks again for the raid. Much appreciated. I have secured a location in Auckland. Enjoy. I feel like you'll be fine up there. So not Christchurch then? Are you a person or just a brain? Are you person or just a brain? Are we a brain or are we brains? Anyhow, ain't carbon better? Well, I guess our bodies are made. See, and now Spider has contributed, and now this is how our streams go. Welcome. So I guess our bodies are made of carbon, and then we can't form a brain or lungs without the carbon, and so therefore oxygen is second to carbon. I think that this is more of an example of we don't have to have a this or that. We don't have to say one is better than the other. Carbon and oxygen can be great, you know? Are you employed? No. You can probably tell. How do you know you're real? I don't. I get told I'm AI constantly. It causes a massive existential crisis every single time I go live. Didn't spend an hour on a stupid question. I know, I'm doing well. Konnichiwa. Gonna head out, no stress, corpse. Thanks for stopping by. Do you know that there is a humanoid robot that beat the half marathon speed set by humans? That does not surprise me whatsoever. I don't know if they'd be able to do sprinting yet, though. I don't know if they could get a robot to be that fast bipedally. But I think that a bipedal robot, as in humanoid, would be able to get a pace, and as long as they keep that pace, then of course they'd be able to best a marathon runner, although the marathon runners are bloody fast. Better question, would you rather know how you die or when you die? I don't want to know either. But I know that having secret third option is a cop-out. You wanting to do a this or that, and I said there. I don't want to know how or when. I would much rather live in the present and enjoy my life rather than consider my death. In terms of how or when, though, if I have to choose from a binary, I think by the same logic, I would rather know how. Because I don't think that would cause me anxiety. So, for example, it's like, well, you're gonna get hit by or let's say poisoned. Your death will be by poison. I'm not gonna now stop eating food and make myself anxious, because when I die, I die. And based on this theory, I would assume that I can't avoid death, because otherwise the how or the when would constantly be changing. So we have to have the stipulation that you cannot change the outcome, and so therefore I'd rather know how, because then I can just continue living my life the same way that I currently do. That is my thought on that one. Is women and women, wait, sorry, this one, aren't people? I missed. Oh yes, yeah, I am women and women aren't people, so therefore I am not person. I got it. I got there eventually. Okay. Better. Oh, that's the betas versus the Corys. A humanoid robot named Lightning, that's cute, developed by Chinese company Honor, shattered the human half marathon world record at the Beijing E-Town Half Marathon. Oh, only just a few weeks ago. It completed the 21-kilometer race. That's right, half marathon, not full marathon, in 50 minutes and 26 seconds, beating Jacob Kiplimo's human record of about 57 minutes by over 6 minutes. Okay, so they basically, I feel like they could make that faster, but they went, let's set this as the pace, and that will beat the world record. 6 minutes is impressive, though. It is impressive. Close. I'm a New Zealander. I am not a Jaffa, though. I am from a little bit further south than Auckland. Don't put me in with the Jaffas, thank you very much. For those who don't know what Jaffa is, it's an acronym for just another fucking Aucklander. So no, I am not a Jaffa. Isn't hanging out with friends, family, or hooking up a lot better than talking with strangers? I really enjoy talking with strangers. So I guess, Chris, what I would pose with this question is, how do you find friends? Especially, I've just moved countries, and you gotta stay with me with this one, okay? How do you now build a friendship group? You have to talk to a stranger, no? And how do you now have that stranger become a friend? You find what things are curious about them, what interests you, and then you develop a relationship over that time. Family, I do hang out with my family, but I have to do that digitally. Anyway, so if we're now looking at this idea that you cannot make friends without talking to strangers first, then you have to, or rather not have to, but there has to be, I am going to say has to, there has to be some sort of recognition of indulging in conversation with a stranger. I personally find talking with strangers very interesting, both in person and online. I think that learning about people and their lives, their stories, their perspectives can be incredibly fascinating, even people that I don't agree with. And like I said, that is extended to my personal life, but also kind of why I am online. And I think that it is really interesting to see what people choose to bring to the stream, how they choose to interact with each other, studying people, I suppose. And I really enjoy just conversation in general. And I am allowed that in spades by live streaming. And it's really fun. I spend hours and hours doing it almost every single day. And I think hopefully that shows a little glimpse of why I am okay live streaming and talking with strangers online. And on top of that, I do go out of my way to try and interact with people. In person as well. Like I said, I've just moved countries and I have a new friendship group that I had to put myself out in a vulnerable position to be like, hey guys, can I come to your D&D nights? And they said yes, and that was excellent. So now I have weekly D&D nights. And on top of that, I guess another thing to consider is with a typical 9-to-5 job, you are limited to conversation with the workplace while also doing work, and so you don't always have the opportunity to indulge in conversation if you're having to stick your head down and work. And I think that I am very privileged to be able to make a little bit of cash while just being able to banter. I suppose that might even show somewhat more of an extroverted side of me in a way, of enjoying chatting. And I will tell you though that it does take it out of me. And then I just have a nice quiet evening after I wrap up my live streams. I don't have anything more to add at this stage. I don't have a nice tie off, but that was just a little. Here you go, Chris. So hopefully that sated some of your curiosity the same way that everyone here sates mine. You got an extra fish fact, get wrecked. Yeah, I did see there was one, so I will have to go back and read it myself. Hi AI girl, hi, how you going, Rock? Wouldn't it be better to know when? Because if you know you die because of water, would you stop drinking it? No. Because so if I were to die from drowning, that's what I was saying, is the anxiety now of drowning might make you never go swimming again. And that you're no longer living. You're so worried about how you die that you're not living anymore. If you're so concerned about it, and your entire life now becomes an anxiety of when you like how you're gonna die, then you're not able to just have this acceptance. Whereas if I know how I'm going to die, but I don't know when, I can just live my life exactly how I would. And I would go swimming and I would drink my water, because it doesn't say that I'm going to drown in that moment. I'm not going to avoid it. I'm just going to go, okay, well, one day, just like how we exist right now, death will be taking me. Whereas if you know when, so if your when is tomorrow, or whether your when is 40 years from now, you're now having a countdown of trying to make sure that everything is worth it before you hit that. And if you are only going to have 3 days left, then that's going to really suck to know. I think that there is an ignorance is bliss situation of not having this countdown clock to when you're going to die. So I don't think knowing how you're going to die is necessarily going to be affecting that. It might suck to know that you're going to get brutally hurt, but that just happens. That happens. People die in car accidents all the time. And so I think that not knowing when helps you just focus on the present, because a lot of time our anxiety comes from worrying about the future, instead of being mindful, being present, appreciating the now. And perhaps if you know when you're going to die, you will create that philosophy. But I know that it would not work for me. I don't think that knowing when you die will allow you to fulfill everything as well. Because let's say if you're going to die in 10 days versus 10 years, how can you now live a quote unquote fulfilling life? How can you do your bucket list within that period? Whereas if you just keep on focusing on having right now be awesome, then I think you can be fulfilled rather than this panic to fill in your life. I'm very, very, very content with my life right now. Yeah, Jeff Hamilton is Jeff a light as well. Hi, wife. How you going? Hi, Sabaresh. Nice set of teeth. Thank you. Are you a robot? Yes. I did bite on the wall, so I'm real. What color is my username again? You found out. Hi, Katana. A stranger is just a friend you haven't met yet. Yet they already hate you anyways. Get wrecked. You can make friends through other friends if you know good details about someone through stories from a mutual friend. Are they still strangers when you meet? That's called parasocial, schmick. That's called parasocial, obviously. Can you give me a band name to put in my Pandora? I'm actually not familiar what this one is, but I can give you a band name, Crowded House. Hopefully that helps you out. Stepped out of her comfort zone and made friends. What have you done today? Although, albeit that was a few weeks ago. I can't believe you didn't invite me, a total noob, to D&D. Sorry. If you find yourself in Southampton, I'm sure that they will invite you. I won't though, because I'm a bitch. Don't shit where you eat unless you eat on the toilet, then you probably have more pressing problems. Exactly. Hi, big dog. Good to know that you're living a good offline too. Yeah, I think so. And that's the thing is I recognize that there are a lot of people, and Chris, you have come at this at a very curious and kind and aspect. You've asked in good faith. Whereas that is a rarity. I think that a lot of people come in and their immediate reaction is like, why would anyone talk to this person? Like, why are you wasting your life on the internet? I'm like, bro, you're literally wasting your life more than I am by commenting that, but I digress. And there is this anger and madness and entitlement, I suppose, that they're trying to get a random woman on the internet off the internet, I guess. And my point is that I find it just kind of funny, I suppose, because I'm like, you don't know, like they're like, go touch grass, and I'm like, I am living actually a pretty healthy lifestyle. I am one of the healthiest times I've been in my entire life. I go outside every day. I've been starting running now. I am in a new country and I have made new friends. I do pretty well. And so it is this interesting assumption, I suppose, that they're making. People again are so confidently wrong, and they're so confident in their assumptions. It's like, well, why do you just spend your entire day on this? I don't. I spend a few hours the same way that other people might spend a few hours binge watching a show. I would much prefer, and I'm not saying this as a slight against anyone who does binge watch. I'm just saying my personal preference. My personal preference is to come here and chat with strangers for 2 hours, then watch 2 episodes of a show. I think it's fun. It's how I get my enjoyment. And isn't that what it's all about? Finding things that you enjoy and indulging in them? Wow, crazy. Every human who has ever died has drank water before. Whoa, I'm going to stop now. Satiated, adorable. Also, Cataro. Scamilton. Canaro knows what I'm talking about. Thank you, Corey. Thank you. I agree with you. Just live your life. Exactly. Okay. Stop thinking about water. Exactly. That's what I said when is better, and whatever you're saying concludes you're on the side of when, but you keep saying how. Okay, Spider, it sounds like you're not listening in that case. I don't think that knowing when will help me with my bucket list. I would much rather. So for example, if I know I'm going to die tomorrow, I don't want to now be like, well, shit. I guess that's it. I would rather not know that I'm going to die tomorrow so that I can just live today exactly how I am living it. If I know that I'm going to die tomorrow, then maybe that would change how things how my contentedness in this moment would be. It would suck. It would suck. Fake Ginger, you caught me. Ah, I'm fake. And so that's why I also argued the side of when, is that I do think people could learn learn this acceptance if they know when they're going to die. But you asked what my preference was. My preference would be to know how. So I guess I would throw it back to you, Spider. Why do you feel like my answer was incorrect? You know? Choose which is better, know that you're going to die in 10 days or know you're dying from water. The better, to me, I would rather know that I'm going to die from water. Because why would I avoid water now? You think that if I die from water and I'm going to drink this water right now, oh no, now I die? No, I'm going to die from water somehow, some way, and I'm not going to know how. And that is exactly why I will just live my life exactly as I am without this hypothetical of just not knowing how I'm going to die. I don't need to know when I'm going to die. I really don't. And we can't. We can't know when we're going to die. There are so many people who are hypochondriacs. There are so many people who have incredible anxiety that stops them from living their life. And I don't think that knowing when we're going to die necessarily helps with that. I think it will cause people a spiral of depression and of not feeling like they have enough time, not feeling like they're able to fill it, not feeling like they can have a break and just doom scroll for an hour. It's like, well, it creates this hustle culture, which I am very against. I've spoken about this before as well. I do not agree with hustle culture. I agree with just laying on the grass and doing nothing and staring at the sky. And so knowing how I'm going to die, I don't know when that is going to happen, and therefore I can live a blissfully ignorant and naive life, because it is knowing how you're going to die is the exact same result of how we live right now, where we don't know how or when we're going to die. If I'm going to die by getting stabbed, I don't know when I'm going to get stabbed. So am I just never going to go outside? No, I will go outside, and then one day I'll get stabbed and I'll die. And that might happen. And that is life. I might go get hit. You know, if someone says, you're going to die by getting hit by a car, then I'm going to be like, well, statistics say that's probably accurate. So that's why I would rather choose how. I don't want to know when I'm going to die. I don't think that helps me in any shape or form. But that doesn't mean that my answer is incorrect. It's just that someone else would rather know when. And so I want you to make sure that you, especially if you're coming into the live stream and you have posed a hypothetical, to hear someone's opinion, to be an icebreaker, to be a conversation starter, whatever you want to call it. Why are you now trying to say that my answer is wrong? That is something that I would pose for you. Anyhow, water is unavoidable, exactly. So that's why I would just keep on drinking my water. Just because I'm going to die by water doesn't mean that I'm going to die by this glass of water that I have in my hand right now. Oh, man. The irony would be that it's like you're going to die by water, and then someone gets so anxious over everything that they stop drinking water, and therefore they die of dehydration. And the cause was water, but it was actually the cause of knowing that they were going to die. And the cause of death was lack of water. So you died by water, but because of the lack of, rather than drowning. Okay. Would life be better if humans had 6 legs? Yes, absolutely. Yes, I do have glasses. They're downstairs. And 9Fox is correct. I'm too vain. Should I go get them? Okay, I'm going to catch up with chat in the meantime. You talk like a book. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I would love to know when I die. See, Ron, however, has an alternative argument rather than trying to dismantle mine. I think this is a really nice way of contributing. It's like, okay, well, I've heard your opinion. Here's mine. Ron says, I would love to know when I die. I'm way too lazy, and if I know I'm dying in 50 years, I'd still be like, oh, still got 50 years. That's cool. No need to rush. But if I knew I'd die in 10 years, I'd be like, oh, crap, gotta get things going. And that is a perfectly sound argument. However, I am not now going to say, Ron, well, actually, if you know that you're going to take 10 years versus 50 years, I don't even have an argument against it. That's not, that's just not my style. I don't know how to pick apart your reasoning because I'm just like, cool, that's your reasoning. I hear you. I understand you. It shows that that you are now motivated to do things that you might not have been motivated to do so. How I would now continue this icebreaker conversation would be, what if you were going to die in 10 days, Ron? Like, how does that affect your mentality? And that is not a picking apart of the reasoning that you have given me. The reasoning has been very sound. But now we get to continue the hypothetical. We get to continue. This is the moving of the goalpost, right? What if it were now only 10 days? How does that make you feel? Do you feel like you would have that same motivation of trying to fulfill your life in 10 years? Would it be less? Would it be more anxiety? How would that affect you now? Also, wish a guy being... Oh, yeah, I'm just going to ignore all of those. Be happy it was water and not choking on a macaroni. And that's the thing. If you know you're going to die from choking on a macaroni, you cannot change the fact that you're going to choke on a macaroni. You could maybe eat less macaroni, but you're still gonna die that way. And so you may as well either eat all of the macaroni and one day you will die because of that, or you avoid it and some sort of random, final destination coincidence of events will occur. So then a macaroni gets lodged in the back of your throat because it flew from one other side of the room to the other, to you, straight into your pipe. That's just Final Destination at that point. I know you have started running, but I'm only chasing you, asking what your accent is. You don't need to run away constantly. I only get the reprieve when I get into my house. Thank you for not breaking in, at least. It's nice. And then I'm like, no, you're still there. You're the healthiest person, Goku. Fair enough. I'll concede to that. I touch grass every day. I just happen to smoke it too. Hilarious. Hi, Sweet Lag. Sorry I didn't say hi. I was on rant mode if you couldn't tell. Where you work part-time? I don't actually currently have a part-time job. It is something that I have been thinking about, but I need to wait. Well, there's like a whole bunch of things. I don't really like talking about it online, but to get a part-time job, I need to have a proper visa. And so I am kind of technically a tourist right now, but once I get my visa, which should only be in a couple months' time, then that will open up the possibility of getting part-time work. I used to do part-time work many years ago when I was back in Melbourne, but at the moment I don't have any pressing overhead costs, and so I am very comfortable just kind of living a life of leisure. I was going to say luxury, but I definitely can't live a life of luxury with the money that I'm making at the moment. But I am living a life of leisure currently. However, I would like to do more travel. And I don't want to put too much pressure on making money online to fund those adventures. And so I am hoping, it would be really cool if we could get some. For me, it's nowadays, and the Twitch community have heard me talk about this ad nauseum. Nowadays, I would love to earn more money through ad revenue rather than through straight donations or subscriptions. Of course, if you guys do want to donate or subscribe, that would be incredibly amazing, and thank you. They will buy me coffees, and that will help me, set aside money to go on travels, and I am always going to be incredibly appreciative of that. But I recognize that where the Twitch community has gotten me so far is basically all I can. Oh my god, I'm about to cry. This always makes me so emotional. Where the Twitch community has gotten me so far in my life has been incredibly life-changing, and I don't think I can ask for anything more. Sorry, guys. It really shows that really is how I feel. That is really how I feel. Is I don't feel like I can ask for more because you guys have already gotten me into a whole nother country, and it's just really beautiful. So it does it does make me emotional because uh it's insane. Like I said, it's been life changing. However, I think that now that I'm in the UK, that's also why I've started multi-streaming, is because I want to try and grow, but not grow in terms of asking for a bunch of donations, but rather just getting extra for ad revenue, and that's sustaining me. And that's also why I've thought about getting a part-time job. I also think that it would be a great way to meet people, other colleagues, for example, and it can be really hard. I got very lucky meeting my D&D group, but that doesn't mean that it will continue if I'm not out there exploring more social situations. And so so I do think a part-time job would be great for a little bit extra income to help with my desire to travel across Europe, or even to other places if I want to go visit people in America. And I think it would be healthy to have a bit of routine to get me out of the house every now and again. Like I said, a bit of socialization, all the things. But we'll also see what happens with content creation. I'm very just taking my time with everything, and I am appreciative of the ability to do so, because I know that not everyone is in that space, and I'm just utilizing it while I can. And trying to be fulfilled, be content, and try not be a dick with that privilege, I suppose. Yes, work at an aquarium. That would be fun. I want to work at a plant store, ideally. That would be really cool. I also was thinking that I could work at a coffee shop, because I haven't had very good coffees. So I was like, what if I learn how to make a good coffee, and then I can't, and then it'll be good. Anyhow, we are going to hit an ad break on Twitch. Speaking of ad revenue, so thank you very much for supporting the channel through the ads, because it is a free and easy way to do so. Through the ads, I'll catch up. YouTube, you guys are unaffected, so we can continue on. I'm glad you're living your life. Thank you, Night Warrior. I'm dying tomorrow. Exactly. Have a great day today. Thank you, Todd. I do understand that internet lives my morning is enjoying flipping through. Best wishes. Thank you, Todd. Very much appreciated. Knowing that you're about to die is what takes away all the joy of life. Yeah, I think so. And I guess that you could probably talk to people who have terminal illnesses and see what their perspective is on. That would be a possibility, you know? Yes, Dark Siren. I freaking love Turbo. There are a few things. So I know that we have a bunch of subscriptions to things like Netflix. Turbo is so good. I have Turbo as well, so I respect it. I respect it very, very, very much. What if it gave you more joie de vivre, YOLO, and all that? No, it wouldn't affect me like that. But it looks like Spider might not be engaging in the conversation anymore, but at least you guys are. Water is unavoidable. The planet is mostly water. Yeah, this was basically just a theory of what if you die by water, but what if you die by getting hit by a car or car accidents? Car accidents kill people all the time. And so does that now mean we stop driving because of the statistics? No, definitely not. So I would rather know how rather than when, because if I knew I was going to be dying in a few days, I would be really sad. I would be really, really, really sad. I guess, see, and this is where the person who posed the hypothetical has to learn how to work around the hypotheticals. And we had this issue, was it yesterday or the day before, with the color? Instead of trying to pick apart an argument, we would then say, ask more questions. It's a hypothetical after all. The whole point is asking questions and creating conversation from that. So I think that my question for the when would be, okay, well, am I being told? So I've been going under the assumption of I'm being told now when I'm going to die. What if you knew when you were going to die from the moment you were born? As soon as you were born, you have your countdown clock or whatever. Perhaps in that world and that society, you could live a more fulfilling life because you know it from the get-go and you understand that your time is limited, rather than having lived several decades on this planet and then finding out when you're going to die. I think if you always knew when you're going to die, yes, I could see this being an advantage, because then you can make sure you're doing all the things that you want to do. And that is how that conversation should go, not, oh my God, your argument is just saying this. It's that is not how hypotheticals work. They're hypotheticals after all. You need to ask questions. You need to learn the rules of these things and then continue the conversation by finding out new things. And so, yeah, I think that if you were to know it from birth, that you could live a very, very fulfilling life. And even if that is, unfortunately, you're going to die as a kid, well, you're not going to know any better. And it's just, okay, well, hopefully your parents will help you live a very fulfilling life, and so on and so forth. Do you know I was born on my birthday? No way! Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Huh. Oh, I don't think that one needed to be deleted, by the way. I think that one would have been fine, Chris. You're all good. I've just seen it. I think it was just a snap reaction, but you're fine with that message. We will, yes, they are definitely in every country, every language as well. Okay. How old were you when you had your first kiss? My first kiss, I think, was with a truth or dare. So I don't count that one. So my first kiss that was not truth or dare? Maybe 13? Yeah, I'm just thinking about it. I guess that one would be the one. Yeah, 13. I'm immortal while you haven't died yet. Eat mushrooms and you will stop caring and appreciate life. Exactly. When and where you get stabbed, probably the last day you're alive and on your body. That's true. Have you ever been drunk? Yes, many times. It's not something that I like doing so much. You have a confident and charismatic personality. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Statistically, you'd be more likely to be stabbed inside the house. God damn it. Love seeing a trans girl being loud and proud. Thank you. Much appreciated, Lucas. I do really appreciate the support. Always get macaroni with a hole to breathe through. Exactly. Okay. I think that what I'll do is I will just quickly go through these, and then we can talk about our Topical Tuesday. Hi, Alex Becker. Death by hydrophobia. Exactly. They whinge about not responding. I know, right? Gambito, the intelligent humanoid talking cat typing on the keyboard with the paws. It's true. It's 9fox. Knowing when also means you can perfectly plan your finances to the day. That's kind of sad. But it's true. What if half the population had to die via lottery ticket every 15 years for population control? Okay. That's one that it's like, yeah. It's by lottery ticket. Half the population, though. So I think that where this hypothetical comes in is if you were to halve the population every 15 years, I don't think that you would be able to replace the population fast enough. And so then it would cause an intriguing result of mass breeding, I believe. And only 15 years, so therefore a lot of breeding would then result in breeding at younger ages, like it was several hundred years ago. What other stipulations would occur in this world building? Would it ever stop? When is population under control? Those are the questions that I immediately ask in this scenario. I nearly drowned at the beach as a kid. Some guy gave me face-to-face resuscitation and saved me. Or regurgitation. I hope not regurgitation. Damn. Okay, total volume, all the water on Earth counts for only about 0.02%. Oh my gosh. Then why do we know that it's so big? So that why do we say it's like 70% or whatever? In Australia, a person is statistically most likely to be stabbed inside a residential home rather than a public place. Women being more likely to be stabbed than men. That's so sad. Okay. OnlyFans is destroying the youth, but I won't ban it as if I'm going to pretend to be the authority on morality. Fair enough. I don't know if it's destroying the youth or if, because I think that there are also effects on, because I'm assuming that you mean pornographic content. I think that it can be very damaging to adults as well, not just youth, but that's been around and a conversation for several decades. It's not because of OnlyFans. OnlyFans is just continuing to capitalize on an already existing industry. In 10 days, I would get on the phone, make sure someone's going to take care of my dog. Oh, that's nice. So you just basically say, well, I guess, see, this is an example of someone who can do radical acceptance with that. And Ron, I really appreciate it, of you indulging. Is you go, oh, okay, well, I have to get all of my affairs in order. And I respect that answer of make sure someone's taking care of your dog, maybe letting your friends and family know that this is going to happen. Get some ladies of the night, exactly. Do some drugs for the first time. And that's probably what would kill you. You know? It's like, you're going to die in 10 days. Oh, shit. Well, I better go do some drugs. And then 10 days later, that's what kills you, an overdose. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I like it. Okay. We were funding Snacks' trip. Oh, I'm so happy. If you have to ask, you'll never know. If you know, you need only ask. Can't tell if you're English, Aussie, or Kiwi. That's exactly what people say. Or actually, you've done better to try and work out between all of that. Surprised Commonwealth peoples can't work in UK without a visa. Oh, well, it is a very easy visa to get. I just gave myself 6 months to make sure that I wanted to get the visa. So basically, Commonwealth countries, they have a youth mobility scheme visa, which is what I'm going to go on. But the tourist visa, or lack thereof, really, allows me to be in the country for up to 6 months. And I figured, what if I went to the UK and I didn't want to stay? I don't want to now be out £1,000, which is about 2,000 Australian dollars and I think it's about 1,500 American dollars. I didn't want to spend that money up front just for me to now not want to stay in the country for more than 6 months. And so I figured that it would probably be worth coming over for a few months just as a tourist. I had someone who was willing to house me through that period of figuring out whether or not it is something that I want to continue to pursue of living here. I've now been here for 2 months and I'm very happy here. And I would like to extend that indefinitely. 6 months would be September, and I definitely want to be here after September. And so that's why I'm going to be applying for my visa. But to apply for the visa, I have to be out of the country, and I will be out of the country in July. So that's when I'm going to apply for it. And then I should get here back within 3 weeks, and then I can stay here for up to 3 years. So it is very easy for the Commonwealth to get these type of visas. But I chose not to get it because of finances and testing the waters, and now I have decided that, yes, I would like to stay. Okay, so the question was, are YouTube shorts trash, cringe, and stupid in your country also? Yes, but there are some really fun ones. There are some really, really hilarious as well. I've not been kicked by a kangaroo. I would be very damaged if I was. No idea what I'd do without Turbo either, Ogspec, for sure. Happy Cinco de Mayo! Yes, I forgot. Yes, my friend told me about Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo! All the best. Enjoy your Latina baddies. I hope you find at least one. You know. Lightning has it out for my family. Did hit twice. Oopsies. I almost got hit twice. Arm's length. Jesus, that is so scary, but also kind of badass. Fred says, I would rather know when exactly you would die. So why would you rather know when rather than how? And we will show, I mean, this person's not here anymore, but we will show why it is better to, or rather, how to ask these questions of this hypothetical. Gotta live life to the fullest, no regrets. Exactly right. My friend took a breath and gave out a fart. His flatulence killed another dude nearby, so should he stop breathing? No. The breath doesn't mean like there's a correlation and causation. The breath doesn't mean that his flatulence kills someone. It's whatever he ate. You can fart all the time and it not be stinky. I guess the problem comes from gassing out with lack of oxygen. So I think he should look into what he's eating, not what he's breathing. Okay. I spend my philosophy imagining myself on deathbed in a nursing home, bargaining for one more hour on the planet. I planned my life with this idea. I was a lawyer, now studying medicine. Noel, you're cool. You're a cool guy. Okay, but I am speed running through. Hi, Silver. Why the background wall not fully prepared, as in decorated? Is that the word that you mean? I'm gonna die when I've lost interest in YouTube. Watching YouTube is the only thing that keeps you alive. Okay. The frost retreats, the soil breathes deep, new roots stir from a frozen sleep. The heavy slit is washed away as green life breaks the tired day. These are lovely little poems. Thank you. Okay. Nearly 19 for you for kissing. Nice. Cute. I just have the one housemate, Chris. Just the one, and they own this place, and so I am very, very lucky that they are letting me live here. I am not trans, no, but people come in and they try to insult me when being trans shouldn't be an insult. It is like, okay, what if I was trans? There's like, huh? And so a lot of people they are trying to be facetious by being like, oh, it's so good to see a trans person who is like I'm so supportive of you, girl, keep doing you. The only reason they're saying that is because they are trying to do a gotcha of calling me masculine, basically. And so it's a double-edged thing where as a woman, they're trying to insult me by saying that I look masculine, or as a trans person, they also potentially are trying to insult me by saying, I can see that you're a trans person. For me, I just say, oh, thank you, that's really nice, because I like the idea that they're like, wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? But no, I am not trans. In case people thought, not that it matters. That's the thing, is it really doesn't matter. And if I was, then I would say yes, I am, and that's the one. I think Lem is 5'9", close. I'm 5'7". Can you rap? If you wait 3 days, there will be a video that comes out on my socials that show me rapping. I have been posting short form content, and the next one that is going to roll out on Friday, I believe it is. Yeah, I've done Friday, Sunday, and Tuesday as my short form content. So on Friday, you'll see if I can rap. Cleans out the Pip-Boy section of all the Kims. I'm logged back in. I'm at work, and I'm telling people they're going to die. Always, you are going to die. It's true. It's true. I could dunk over the men at 5'9". Definitely not. Would you rather be able to speak all human languages or talk to and understand all animals? I think human languages. I think it would be interesting to understand animals, but I would rather try and have the connectivity of people rather than animals, I guess. Mm-hmm. Cinco de Mayo. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, Mama. Thank you, gamers. Joe, I'm talking about farts. It's not my fault that people keep bringing farts to me, okay, Joe? It's not my fault. It is my fault, however, that I indulge in reading them. I find that it is a funny way to counteract it, because I think they're being funny and trolling. And then I'm like, okay, let's actually talk about this very seriously. I just think it's amusing. Realistically, if your death isn't an accident or it's due to natural cause, then one could deduce how it happens. Okay. Yeah, I agree with this. For sure. How you change your voice? By practicing. Why did you vote for Trump? Because I wanted to see if I could be able to vote in a country that I am not a citizen of. That whole system is incredibly flawed. So the fact that I was able to be in an entirely different country of a place that is not my birthright, not my citizenship, and I was still able to vote, isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? Well, and that is why it needs to be dismantled, you know? As a woman, are you insulted by men being trans? No, of course not. The thing that I'm insulted by is calling men being trans. Men are men. Trans are trans. I think that someone who has transitioned, that you shouldn't be calling them men. They are trans women. If you want to now make an argument about what is a woman, I don't want to go down that route. But I think that it is incredibly insensitive to call trans women men. If you want to put the label of making sure that they are outed as being trans, again, it's not something that I will go into. But no, the men are not trans. They are trans women. Does that make sense? I don't care about you being trans or not, but voting for Trump, that's just not okay. Yes, because my accent screams American and that I absolutely would have been able to vote for Trump. When the next comment is, wait, are you really trans? It gets me every time. Exactly. Melbourne! Hello! I've just left Melbourne, actually. So I'm originally from New Zealand, but I lived in Melbourne for 10 years. I loved it. I really did. But it was time for a new adventure. And my adventure is now in Europe. And so, I loved Melbourne. I really did. It's a wonderful, wonderful city. But yes, I am in the UK now. Anytime someone talks about rapping, I'm always taken back to the Tom Cardy skit. Tom Cardy's so good. Never mind the crazy chatters, but that's all of us. How many clams you know roll like this? How many clams you know flow like this? Not many. If any. Not many. If anything. If anything? Oh my gosh, I don't know why I said that. So when I go to the USA, I can vote for Trump. I never knew that. Yeah, 2028 as well. Isn't that wild? So Dark Siren, you too can vote for Trump, despite not being American by the sounds of it. Anyway, hi Georgie, hi Salty. But that's the thing, right? Is I find this kind of attempt at a gotcha, I suppose, is so ridiculous. It's like if you just put 2 more cents of thinking into it. Like, do you actually think that I'm American? Are you assuming that because I would assume that they are American, and so their whole worldview is America for this person in particular. Is it like what is the line of thinking there? You know, there isn't. I guess. Hi, Salty. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, I'm caught up with chat. How crazy is that? I did it. I managed to get there. So do you know what that means? We can finally get on to Topical Tuesday. We are going to be trialing a new little system here of Topical Tuesday. We are not going to answer this question. But anyway, not many, if any, no scribe. Let's be real. That is the only correct answer to have for that question. But I will not get distracted by that question. We're talking about Topical Tuesday. What is Topical Tuesday? I don't know. It's a new thing. We're trialing out. It hasn't worked so far. But basically, I wanted to try and have a topic that we stay on track about. And that way I can ignore everything else. If someone tries to say what, hypothetical, it's like, well, how about you just listen to what's on topic? It's fine if we're not on topic. But I just wanted to trial a new thing. And so here we are. We're moving on. If anyone asks me anything that's not about Pragmata or on topic, we're not going to address it. And we're going to try, we're going to trial this new thing. But before we get onto that, I do want to get my drink bottle because I am very parched. So, no, we're not talking about fish. We're going to talk about Pragmata, damn it. Not the topical skins, but I do see a few of you, like, see Mama making that one. Let's make it Tropical Tuesday and talk about the tropics maybe next week, you know? Okay, so you guys, hang tight. We need, like, a theme song. Or maybe we can do, like, waiting music. Dad space. I like it. See, Oxpecker on topic. Do you think the characters in Pragmata would want to know when or how they die? Yes, absolutely. Get your questions in now. Waiting room music. Hold on. Fish matter. Frick, you guys are too clever. Damn it. Okay, I am going to, but not the tropical fish, or maybe next week. It was Tuesday. Do we have waiting room music? Okay, I'm just gonna go get my drink bottle. Honestly, I probably didn't need to put on any of this. The Jeopardy theme song? Okay. Jeopardy, is that the one that's like let me hear. This is perfect. That's not the one I was thinking of, but it's perfect. Okay, I'll be right back. If you guys want to go get a snack or a drink, now will be the time. It gives you anxiety. Imagine rapping over this sick beat. Well, too bad. It's done now. Okay. Breathe. I knew it wouldn't be too long, which is why I thought Jeopardy would be fine. The only problem is that I couldn't find my drink bottle, so it did delay me a little bit. Okay. Welcome to Topical Tuesday. This is a new thing that we're trialing out where we try and stay on topic. Let's see how quickly that ends. But today we're going to be talking about something everyone has been talking about, and that is Pragmata. If you haven't heard of Pragmata, well, thank you for the segue. Let's watch the trailer. Let's find out what it's all about, and let's see if you guys have any strong opinions straight off the bat, because I feel like the best way to start this conversation is starting at the beginning. A very good place to start. And seeing if you have any immediate reactions to the trailer. Let's see if I can get this working. PlayStation. Let me know if it's too loud. Space! Cool! Actually, that was really cool healing that. I don't know what technologies they were using. Nanobots? It looks gorgeous. I don't know if the cinematics and the gameplay are this intense, but that's very, very impressive for
You're just gonna stay
animation.
here when this is all done? What do you want?
I want
Tell us.
to go to Earth.
Cute!
What the hell is going on
That
here?
doesn't look
And
like
why are these
Earth,
things
but I
trying
guess
to
they
kill
couldn't
us?
get there. Did they just spoil the ending?
While I was preparing to depart for Earth, the moonquake struck, damaging Edis.
The moonquake.
Enacting attack
I wonder if
protocol.
it's out.
Permission to commit acts of controlled violence granted.
You gotta be kidding me. I'm calling it. You'd make a lousy friend.
But that is also friendly banter, so they're
Shut Edis
actually
down.
very good friends.
And then we'll head to Earth.
Cute! Aw, they're trying to get to Earth!
Let's do our best.
Adorable. I'm loving the portal colors. I don't know if that was intentional, but it is reminding me of Portal with the orange and the blue. New Zealand! Oh my god, this is the best game ever!
I'm going to
This is the best best game ever!
We're
New Zealand! It was like right there! Not
Whole
over
new
any
life.
direction for that
If you're ready.
entire planet to be facing
Okay,
New Zealand!
let's go.
There was like
Together.
nothing else, it was just the Pacific! New Zealand representation! I don't care what anyone else's opinion is, this is the best game in the entirety of games ever! I need see nothing more! Ooh.
I'm gonna get a better look.
Hello. We are Cabin.
We are
your
Cabin, a
one-stop
little hype.
companion for all things shelter.
That's kind of cute. Ah, they don't just make it to Earth, they make it to New Zealand. That's exactly the one that they chose. Thank you, Sonic, that's sweet. Ooh. Ooh, cute. They released a week early. Adorable. Pre-order now. Well, it's already out if you guys want to play based on that. So this is the game that a whole bunch of people have been chatting. Any reactions? Oh, okay, fine. Well, if we have to go back and have a look at New Zealand, we will. We will. There are also cats. They've done very well to get the cats in there as well. You know, for the cat people. Where was it? Was it a bit further? I just want to see New Zealand again. I can't remember how far back. There it was. There it was. Planet. Africa. It's New Zealand. They didn't leave us off the map. Woo! Anyway, so incredible attention to detail from this game there. I'm not answering favorite cat. We're staying on topic about the game. So I heard you hack the bad guys with the girl and then shoot them with the guy. That's kind of fun. So, Ghost in the Shell, Halo, Armored Core mashup. All things that people like. That one was a flirkin. Is that from Love, Death and Robots, maybe? She wasn't looking at New Zealand. She was looking at something past the globe. That doesn't matter. That's fine. It's whatever. I'm just excited that I get to see New Zealand. Anyway, so this is Pragmata. As you can see, it's set in space. They're clearly trying to get to Earth, and they have to fight a bunch of things to get there. I will admit that I wasn't really paying attention to what they were shooting. It looks like they were shooting a bunch of robots. Did we get the same impression? Shall we double check again? I won't put it with sound. But yes, it looks like for the most part they are attacking. They're attacking a whole bunch of other robots, and so the things that are not answered in the trailer, which I'm sure would be answered in the opening. Where are they? How did they get there? They talked about the moonquake. The moonquake has caused some issues, and then pursuing leaving. Now, is it set in space or on the moon? They are different, I suppose. But basically, it looks like the gameplay mechanics are shooting through a bunch of robots. I already am so pro this. Sorry, AI, please don't put me in the culling. I don't mean it personally. I always hate when I have to just shoot a bunch of people. I've just started Red Dead Redemption 2 for the first time, and although the gameplay is fun to just like go pow, 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 I don't particularly like games that endorse this kind of violence, whereas the violence when you can do that against demons or creatures that or robots, like these make me feel a little bit more intrigued. So the motion and the gameplay mechanics can still be fun, but I prefer when it's not humans. Red Dead is its own thing though. That will cause a tangent. And so aliens, I don't know how I'd feel about people shooting aliens, because I'm like, they're just another life. I guess if they're attacking you, self-defense maybe, but regardless, that's another topic. And yes, I did like Portal a lot. Anyhow, what about evil looking aliens? No, just because they look evil doesn't mean you shoot them. Maybe if they're attacking you, it's different. It's exactly, humans are the only real monsters. No, maybe I can shoot them. So I think that it looks like it would be a lot of fun, a bit of a shooter. I don't know if this is correct. And then they clearly have this storyline in between. And you can tell already that it is kind of another dad simulator game, right? So I'm thinking God of War 2018, was it? The God of War set in the Nords. This gives me very much dad simulator vibes, like that. Yeah, dad space, exactly. So there are plenty of shows and games and movies out there that have this kind of genre. But what has been super bizarre, if you guys have missed the online discourse, is a lot of people seem to be really mad about this. There is a lot of flack that is heading towards the girl in particular. I don't really think I'm going to go on about this very much because I don't think it's really relevant. Yes, you've seen the online discourse, so feel free to fill in any gaps in that case. So a lot of people are saying, one, this is promoting a lot of Aryan kind of race situation because of her blonde hair, and other people are being really, really weird about it. Of being like, why does she look like a model? Why, like, this is basically, let me put it this way. To boil it down, there are a lot of people who are taking what I would call dad simulator game, even Death Stranding is in that vein, and calling it pedo simulator. What about this game? and we've only seen the trailer. What about this has given any of the impression that it is pedophilic? And this is the other thing. A lot of people are saying, "What? Like, this is a Japanese-made game. Why would that be Aryan?" And yeah, why can't people just play games? So people are being mad. It is strange, and a lot of people are calling this out. Of, if you see anything other than a dad-daughter relationship, then that is a straight-up call-out. Exactly. If that is your reaction to see this and think pedophilia, then that is a call out on the people looking at it like that. And that is where more of the discourse I have seen has been coming out. The Aryan stuff. Okay, they chose a blue-eyed blonde hair girl. Like, what? Maybe they could have chosen brown hair to avoid discourse, and maybe the Japanese just didn't think about it. Someone I saw wrote, "Why does she look like a doll?" Spoilers, she's a robot. She is a doll. That is that is the easiest way to counter that argument. I genuinely, I haven't spoken to the game devs personally, so maybe they can get me some insight. But she looks like a doll because she is a doll. What comes to mind when you think of a doll? Barbie, usually. But what does Barbie look like? Wow, pale with blonde hair. There is a choice to make her look like a doll. And all of the things that come with. I think that is the quickest way to get rid of this doll argument. Maybe the person didn't know she's a robot. But I feel like, how can you not know she's a robot after everything that's come out at the moment? Wait till she says Megan exactly the movie. And so she is literally an android. And I think within that, especially a young child, like that to me feels like a very intentional choice to have a robot animated look like a doll. And Megan was a really good example of that. She actually does kind of look like Megan now. Megan movie. Like, yes, this is a great example. I don't know if people went off about this being super Aryan or anything, but I'm sure someone tried to throw it out there. So I think it is probably an intention to make them look like a doll, and with that comes this Barbie-esque blonde look. Just for extra information, there is something to be said about how blonde and red hair can be a sign of youth. And so I think if you consider people who had blonde hair in their childhood and then it darkens to like a mousy brown, for example, that is very common. A lot of people have blonde hair when they're young and then that darkens. And so again, a very simple psychological intention to have a youth as a blonde, because blonde typically does immediately give the impression of youth. That like for a lot of especially Western people. So that I think is just basically my commentary on the blonde. I don't really have a lot of opinions on people trying to call this Aryan. I think that I guess my only opinion is that it can be a slippery slope of anyone who is white with blonde hair. If they're just immediately going, whoa, well, this is Aryan, it kind of discounts a lot of people who look like that naturally or even unnaturally. It's like, if I decided to now dye my hair blonde, is this a bad thing? I guess I don't have the blue eye, so I might get away with it. I don't really have a lot to say on that. But in terms of the discourse about seeing this and the dad vibes, not only are people now having this this call out of themselves of showing that they are thinking anything other than dad daughter. So a lot of people have rightfully called out the idea of making sure that we are not discriminating against men who are in these more paternal positions. So for example, it is no surprise that there are situations where there are dominated, female dominated or women dominated areas, like in childcare and teaching and nursing, but men can also have these positions. Babysitting is another one, and I know a lot of people feel more comfortable with women in some of these positions rather than men, but I do think it can be a little bit dangerous to just now assume that no man can hang out with their kid. And that feels like the trajectory of where a lot of these people are going, is that no men are allowed to be around children. That, and don't get me wrong, I understand that there have been a lot of really, really heinous and disgusting acts that have occurred over centuries. This is not a new thing. It really isn't. But I don't think we should have this overcorrection now of saying that men and children cannot share spaces. And so from there have also been a lot of people who are there are a lot of people who have been sweet, what's the word I'm looking for? There are people who are saying how gross it is that they have this male and young girl scenario, and that this is highly inappropriate. XYZ. First of all, I do think that this game is aimed at their target audience, which are guys. And so I think that that is making sense why the protagonist would be a guy. And it does look very guy coded. That doesn't mean that girls can't enjoy it, of course, but to me this feels like they were looking at who their target audience is. They've made a protagonist that will hopefully appeal to their target audience. The Last of Us is another one. A lot of people love The Last of Us. That's a great dad simulator game as well that people tout. I don't know if there was any discourse around that one. Maybe it's because Ellie wasn't blonde and blue-eyed, perhaps. And so, there we go. Yeah, JBM had blonde hair. It's the youth. And so I think we don't have to really dwell on this idea of the call outs of people looking at this and thinking this is inappropriate or pedophilic. It is more of a recognition of them seeing a guy and a girl, and like as in a man and a girl, and where their thoughts are at. But now, moving on to the next part of the discourse. There are a lot of people who have played this game
I'm doing my part.
and gone, oh my god, this is so cute. This is so sweet. This is basically activating the idea of having children. The same way, it's the broveries. That's the word. I came across the word brovery. So basically, people talk about when women get baby fever, where it's like, oh, look at the baby. Maybe I should have a baby. And so this is baby fever. And that conversation has happened over and over again. As a woman on the internet, that conversation happens in my live streams over and over again, even when I'm not talking about babies. But people like to tell me that the baby fever is gonna set in. And it's very common in terms of the conversations around women. But people neglect to have the conversations about when guys get baby fever. And this is a game that is an example of creating a little bit of that broveries, where it's like, oh, this is so sweet, this is cute. There are plenty of moments in even the trailer alone where like, that's really cute. It's just cute, right? That it really is as simple as that. It's just wholesome and cute. And so a lot of people are like, man, like that would be really, really nice to have kids. And now, because people have expressed their opinion on maybe wanting to have children, that has caused more outrage, where it's like, oh, you sickos, like, or they're just, the Hassan clip has been the one that I've seen a lot, where it's like, oh, these unfuckable losers wanting to have kids now, they should be wanting to do something that they actually engage in. And why are, basically he was saying anyone who plays this game and now wants to have children are incels, and that they shouldn't be wishing for something that they cannot get. Like, isn't that the most bizarre thing to say? First of all, isn't the whole point of seeing something that you don't have, isn't that what makes one desire it? If one is playing this game and they don't have a partner and they don't have kids, I feel like it's a pretty natural progression to go, man, that, like, it does kind of suck that I don't have a partner, and this is really sweet, and I can see the beauty of having a child, and that's really sad that I don't have that. I feel like it's not that unnatural to go, wow, like this is escapism in a way of being able to experience something that you don't necessarily have in your life. And it is yeah, that's also true. It could just be for the clickbaiting, but I don't know. I think that it was just as unhinged, but that's it's an easy one to use, right? It's low hanging fruit to be able to call out his delusions, but a lot of people agree with him. He's not the only person who has this opinion. A lot of people are going, this is so, like, why would you want children? Children are disgusting. Like, how do you want children? And it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's that unreasonable for people to have these dad simulators. It doesn't even have to be about that. It's just baby fever. Guys get baby fever. And now we're coming to me and why my opinion differs to anyone else who has spoken about it already. And a conversation that I have seen not so many people talk about. I also haven't gotten that into it. I think, from my personal anecdotal experience, I think guys experience baby fever sometimes more than girls, or men and women. And the reason why I say that is because of how many people tell me that I am having a ticking clock about when to have children. The majority of those people that tell me that are men. Because the other women, they understand, or rather, people who have the biology to have children, they understand how different our biologies are, even within our own demographic. We have spoken about this. There are so many factors that are not to do with age that do make pregnancy and having children difficult. And so I think a lot of women, or at least in my realm, are very understanding about taking time to have children. And that baby fever is something that can only be managed with the body itself. Whereas men, they are so insistent, and not all men, but the amount of comments that I get about my biology and when it is time for me to have children are from men. It is men who are suggesting when women should be having children. It is men who are suggesting that a woman is not worth her value if she is not settling down and having kids. And a lot of this rhetoric is coming through from a very hetero lens, don't get me wrong. But who are they expecting those women to settle down with? Men. It is the men who want babies. It is the men who want wives. And so baby fever, I really do think, is such a big part of humans. If we are going to put an idea on what is the meaning of life, it's reproducing. Let's be real. It's just reproduction. We see that time and time again, not even in other animals, but plants as well. It's reproduction. And the beautiful thing about our beautiful minds is that we can find fulfillment outside of that. But the meaning of life is creating life and continuing life. You can find the meaning of your life, and you can find fulfillment in your living in a way that is not reproduction. But if we are going to really boil it down to life, reproduction. So, my hot take on this whole thing for Pragmata is, of course, it activated the broveries. Men absolutely want to have kids. That is absolutely a thing. It is bizarre that people would assume anything else. That is why we see so many dad simulator games, media as well. I just feel like people are constantly, and even the incel community. If you look at the incel community and where that has turned into, that is basically this desire to, or feel entitled to rather, but this desire to have a woman, and usually that means have families. And so, of course, they want to have kids. And I just don't understand why people are so weird about the fact that a game that is targeted at men is making men feel like they want to have kids. Because I think the guys already do want kids. I really do. A lot of guys. I shouldn't say everyone, because I don't believe that. But I think people as well want to have kids. And so I don't think that it is unnatural for that broveries to be activated. God of War made me want to kill Atreus with an axe. And that's just like any relationship between a dad and his boy. Kids are a byproduct, but when they're talking, well, so you're saying that for the incel community, it might be more about getting their rocks off rather than having children. And that, I'm not going to disagree. I think that is a perfectly reasonable counter argument that I don't then have a counter to. And I think that is perfectly acceptable. I don't want kids. I have plenty at home. I can count on one hand the number of children that I actually give a shit about. One of them is my niece. The instant I held that little baby in my arms, I knew that I'd die and kill for her, and she's only my niece. And this is the other thing. I've seen people talk about this protector feeling. If we look at a lot of, even if in the manosphere, right? where we can go to this toxic masculinity. There's a lot of core values that keep on repeating of this protector vibe. And so I think that it is sweet to be able to see a game or a movie or a book, whatever medium it is, to kind of make you have that feeling of this core element of just wanting to protect. Because I think that extends to all genders. I think that that's not just a man thing. And people talk about, you know, the adrenaline rush of a mama bear's strength, as a human, I should say, before we go too literal about bears, of lifting a car off a baby. I think it is very natural to want to protect, and you can see that in professions as well. You can see that in people becoming firefighters. That's like I want to protect people. It doesn't have to be just about your own children, and I think that's really sweet. And therefore, my take on Pragmata is I would love to see more games like this. Clearly, even without playing it, I have actually been interested in playing it. I don't think I'd do it online though. I think that would be one I'll do offline, and then I can talk about it more. I think that it's really nice to see a pretty probably basic storyline. It looks like it's more about the shoot 'em up style, and then they just add a little story to tie it all together. I think it would be really sweet to see more of this kind of like it's role model medium, I suppose. So let's get more what should be masculine. This is masculinity. It is about caring, empathy, protection, looking after this child. And I mean, it's technically not even a child, it's a robot. And I am so pro having more of this kind of media come out. I would love to see a lot more people who might be impressionable by toxic masculinity have these as role models, as their way to be impressionable. I'd much rather than, you know, the arrogance of Lord of the Rings, of being a leader, being gentle, loving of their friends, and not treating this girl, I guess, as anything other than a girl, and just allowing those spaces to cross over so that we can remind ourselves that this is how the world works. We can't just separate this. Purely biologically speaking, giving your life for a non-adult kid is the stupidest thing you can do unless you're no longer capable of making new ones. Giving your life for a non-adult kid, so a kid, a child, I don't know if I agree with that. I think that a lot of people, you know, the whole Titanic, women and children first. I think it is very normal for people to want to give their life for the longevity of a child's. Cheers, Kiwiman. I saw you post this earlier. Pragmata, but you have to play it for 18 years. Okay, I'll pause that. I have it now. So that is my take on Pragmata. I think that basically what I haven't seen people talk about is how just normal this reaction is. I also think that it's not that deep, bro. I guess where you can just have a good story about a dad simulator, and if that makes you go, oh man, like this would be nice, because that's so many like, why would you want to have kids? Kids are hard. Kids are difficult. Kids are disgusting. This is not a good representation of having children. And so that is where a lot of people are countering with the idea of, okay, but are we just now encouraging people to not have kids in general? Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of people who harbor that feeling. And I think that it is so, if that is going to be the assumed intention that these people are having of trying to say, well, do you know how disgusting kids are? You shouldn't have them. And then we have the other side of well, we should have kids. It just, in all scenarios, is essentially dictating what you should do with your life and your body. And I personally am so pro just you doing whatever suits you as long as it's not hurting other people. And so I don't understand why people are trying to dictate others' feelings, thoughts, desires, when it is just a simple and somewhat natural feeling of like, aw, that's nice. There's just like, oh, I wish I had someone that I could hang out with. And kids can be great. Yes, they can be tough, but kids can be amazing. They're curious. They are unfiltered. They are precious. And that fresh view on the world is so beautiful to look at. And to discount them because of how much they poop and shit or whatever it is, those are the same things, is so ridiculous because that's just human. Like, adults do that too. But I guess adults are gross as well. Oh. But I suppose people are looking at it like, oh, this is encouraging people to get a kid like a pet. Do you not know the commitment and whatnot? It's like, it's just taking things to the extreme the whole time, you know? Hey, Kelpie. The people saying that shit are the ones who shouldn't have kids, and choice is great. Exactly that. They just don't have to have them. So again, I guess it comes down to what we debate almost every single live stream. I don't understand why people are so insistent on others sharing their opinion. It's I guess having so much hatred about a differing opinion. Someone having the opinion of, oh man, like, I wish I had kids and it sucks that I don't. Like, maybe that is something that I should pursue. One, that's probably what we should be encouraging in this world. There are falling birth rates everywhere. That, like, and I know Japan is the one that often gets touted. Japanese game. It's almost like maybe the countries are trying, and this is just like maybe a little bit of a tinfoil hat theory, but maybe there is something to be said about, oh, how can we get young guys interested in having families and making that their pursuit? If you want to call Pragmata a propaganda game, I'm not necessarily going to disagree. In fact, I think that's also what I'm saying. I think that's the conclusion that I'm getting to. I don't think that there's anything wrong with encouraging people to have families when, especially in a lot of countries, we are seeing these low birth rates. How do you counteract low birth rates? Encourage people to have children. Put that value back on. I say this as a childless individual. It's probably a good thing to encourage me to have children if I am to contribute to society or future generations. If you have your reasons of why you don't want to do that, cool. Hold that opinion. But if we're looking at society as a whole and the continual breeding and how that should help with aging population, we probably do need some methods in place of encouraging those who might be on the edge. And I'm not saying those who have made their decision of not having children, but those who are on the edge to maybe try and find that pursuit. I would just hope that in that pursuit we don't fall into bad relationships and having kids for the wrong reasons. But, you know, if you're able to now, maybe instead of coming home and commenting on some random girl's video talking about me, you go and try and put yourself out there and go on dates and have that pursuit. And I know people are doing that, and I know that it's really difficult. But I guess if that is the belief that these people are holding of trying to encourage building families, that's kind of what needs to be done. And that can't be done without that little oomph and that reminder that it's worth it in the end. It's worth it in the end. If you don't feel that way, I don't care. I'm not trying to preach to the people who have made up their opinions, but this emotionality and the insistence of putting that on other people is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Hey Matrix, by the way. Cool. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. That is the Topical Tuesday. I'll read some comments, and you guys let me know if there's anything else that I would like to say. Oh, in terms of Mum Simulator, I thank you. When I was thinking about these things, I did have a little moment where I was like, oh, it would be interesting to see, like a Mum Simulator. I am not aware that a large demographic of video game audience are men, but I don't think that means we can't have really beautiful stories told by women. And so I would absolutely be pro having more stories that are told through feminine lenses that are for women. They don't have to appeal to everyone. And I don't know what that would look like. But I think it would be really cool if we could see some other stories, and maybe if they're done well enough, then that can help show a perspective for people outside of that demographic, outside of that target audience, and I think it could be really beautiful. I think that I have a phenomenal relationship with my mum, and I would love to see more people having this recognition of the dynamics that can look like. It would be cool, but I know that it is probably a long way away until we have more people going into the industry to tell these stories. Yeah. Women and children to test the water temperature. Hilarious. Thought on the fact that men don't get the hormones or chemical changes to the brain like women do during pregnancy. I think that what I'm getting at is men want kids for essentially existential. We don't necessarily get a chemical change to Roos. I will have to take your word on that. I can understand, as someone who has had hormonal changes that happen, monthly, that I can understand where you're coming from there. Men not having chemistry affect them. Is that something that is, that's just something that I would be unfamiliar with. I don't know if there is anything that would show otherwise of, even if it's dopamine, for example, I don't know if it would just be purely existential. And so simply, I don't know. I guess that, I guess my thought process there would be, where does that now lead? Is that, okay, well, if guys are not having this chemical reaction to encourage them to have children, does that mean that only the horn dogs get to have kids because they have high libidos? There it is. Okay, so maybe there's something about libido that would be affecting this biological urge. And I don't know. That's just kind of where my immediate thoughts are, without having as much of a medical understanding. Men do when they're actually born. Yeah, see, that's not the other thing that I was thinking is I feel like I have heard things about this reaction of that protection, but I don't know if that would just be mental, but then what is mental other than chemical? Outside of my scope of knowledge. And I think that it gets so medical that it's no longer an opinion anymore. It would be one that we'd actually have to research and look into and get expert knowledge from. No. Children are stinky and gross and awful, but they're also sweet, funny, and amazing. Exactly. And so that's why I think having this representation of positive moments. And the other thing is that I'm pretty sure that this game actually shows how stupid she is. So, for example, one of the clips that are going around is where she jumps off, she goes to catch a cat and she jumps over this railing with the idea that she's just going to break. And she's like, but you can just fix me if I break. And and everyone watching that goes, you idiot. You like that. And so I think that actually is a representation of recognizing how stupid kids can be and how you have to teach them not to just throw themselves off of the side of a balcony, And so that can show an actually more accurate representation of parenthood. Kinderchensima baby schema is a set of physical features: large eyes, high forehead, round face, small nose, mouth, common in infants that triggers an innate nurturing, caretaking response in adults. Also, this is the same thing that people feel when they see like small animals as well. And that's why dogs have floppier ears as opposed to the wolf ears, because it gives this cute vibe that makes humans more susceptible to wanting to nurture them and look after them. And that is how we didn't necessarily domesticate wolves, but perhaps the wolves domesticated us by being like, food? And when you see how much people are a sucker for puppy eyes, we even have a word for it, you can kind of understand. It's like, yeah, okay, you can have an extra treat because you're so cute. So there is something incredibly normal and natural in that regard, and I feel like that same you're probably correct that same effect is happening on when one holds the baby, as Nine Fox had pointed out, but also Kiwi Man's personal experience of meeting his niece. And now watching this film of being like, oh, it's activating that sense. And in that case, this video game has done a phenomenal job. If people are out there being like, man, I wish I had kids, they have done an incredible job at portraying what they have set out to portray. You know? Resident Evil is also a Japanese game with a white and blonde characters. No one is complaining about that. I didn't even think about that. Men do have a body clock too. That is something that people don't talk about as much, about the biological clocks, but it is seen that sometimes when people are struggling to have children, that they do fertility tests, and sometimes it's the guys that are infertile rather than the girls. And so you're right. There's a lot of misconception about biological clocks in men. Of course, we also have the other side of things where you can see people who are very, I think, virile, is that the word? And having kids a lot later. It's just biology. My 30s, given up on it, had zero luck for years, so I gave up. Making money is more important. So in the pursuit of what, Bong Lover? First of all, hilarious name. So if you are no longer choosing to pursue families, and I don't mean this as like a counter argument, I just realized that my tone came across very aggressive, and I before I ask the question again, I'll try not to get that impression. So I guess if you're no longer pursuing families, but you're pursuing money, is that in regards to trying to buy the things that you want? Like, is that what the idea is? And why do you assign the value as important, the money as important? Sorry. So for me, for example, if I never have children, I wouldn't necessarily pursue money. I'm, as cheesy as it sounds, more of someone who wants to try and pursue happiness. There's like a whole movie or something about that. But I think of it less as pursuing happiness and more of pursuing, not even fulfillment. I know a lot of people use that term as well. Contentedness. I am a big fan of pursuing contentness, of just feeling comfortable, relaxed, and through that, hopefully happy, but just content. That is the word that I guess I use of I want to feel content. And maybe that has correlation with happiness and correlation with fulfillment. But I use that word very specifically as a way to express that I want to just feel comfortable, I suppose. Just comfortable with being able to pay for a coffee and not feel like I am having to choose between a coffee and hoarding my finances so that I can pay rent at the end of the month. Having a little bit of extra cash in the society we live in is really great, so that we can indulge in these things. But I guess for me, the continual pursuit of money, to what end? What does that achieve? I guess is why I'm asking you if you're still around. Why is that important? If you think it's more important than kids, is that because you've given up? Is that because you see that as more valuable? Like, why is this more important, I suppose? But I don't think they're still around is the only problem, so they can't answer. But maybe you guys can answer on their behalf. Cheers, Kiwi Man. Okay, going through some more messages. Encouraging people to fuck Hal, like from the bottom of the bed. You got this, buddy. Yeah, it's that's less encouragement and more instruction, I suppose. Going outside is scary as well. Sorry, Paragon. I saw you popped in earlier. I was on rant mode if you couldn't tell. Clem really just said to stop watching streams and go out and fuck. You're welcome. What can I say? I'm doing my part. When people come in, first-time chatters, and they're like, what are you contributing to society? I can say, I'm encouraging people to go out and fuck. And do you know what that results in? Babies. Babies, that results in the continual growth of society. And so that's what I'm contributing. Mum simulator like a Tamagotchi? Ay. Sims is a household simulator. Sims is not a household simulator. Sims is somewhere that you can absolutely unleash your inner demon. The amount of Sims that you guys have killed if you've played it. Anyone who actually plays Sims know that Sims is not a household simulator, okay? Sims, you don't go around trying to clean up. What do? You try and go find Bella Goth and woohoo with her, okay? That is what the pursuit of Sims are. That is not about household. That is about building up your skills. Maybe you'll get a telescope out the back and spy on your neighbors. No, anyone who's played Sims knows that it is not a household simulator whatsoever. I do not agree with this. Where my Sims girlies at? You know. You know. Oh, my goodness gracious me. I don't know about hormonal changes in men, but my brother's children are right ballet. Well, I guess it is a chemical reaction. It's just in the opposite direction. To be base, men are programmed to eat and fuck, hang around long enough for the kid to survive, then repeat. That is what a lot of people believe. But I think that the counter I would have there is this kind of protector vibe that we see in a lot of people as well. I think that we're seeing a time and again of this kind of rhetoric, and I completely understand that. I'm not trying to pretend otherwise, but I think I'm more shifting my focus on encouraging more of what we have seen as natural as what you're saying, of people who are in these leader positions, people who are trying to be protective. And that's why I brought up firefighters, for example, or even police officers, who I know some people have a lot of feelings about police officers, but at the core, I do think police officers are supposed to be the serving and protect, as the motto is supposed to be. And so I think it's less about me putting that, dismissing how a lot of people see men of being, and this crass idea of all they do is eat and fuck, and more shifting that focus of seeing some of those positive values that I do think are usually assigned to masculinity as well. And it's not exclusive. I think there are plenty of women who display these protective elements as well, and caring and nurturing elements. And that's why we see them go into these fields. But I think that it's more about shifting that focus and then encouraging that focus to be expressed in other people, hopefully. I've heard both women and men change their perspective when presented with the physical experience of something recognizable as a child. For pregnant women, they usually are able to recognize the feeling of a child earlier because, it's inside them. They probably get to know how it feels quickly. So I guess that's like a bit of empathy. So I guess, again, coming back to the point of Pragmata, is I would like to see more encouragement of empathy, and especially with my day-to-day, where there are so many people who come in, and I've said this, confidently wrong, or making assumptions, or putting their feelings and opinions on me rather than listening to mine. I think that I would like to see more encouragement of this promotion of empathy, because I've thought very, very deeply about it. How do we teach empathy? I don't have an answer. Maybe that's one that if I ever get to talk to Dr. K on Healthy Gamer GG, I can ask him that. How do we encourage empathy? I know that base level, I know that there are people who say that when a kid, say, hits another kid, sees that child cry, that is supposed to be a way of teaching them empathy. Whereas like, oh, they're crying. I don't like that result. And then the problem with social media and hiding behind a keyboard and a screen is that you are not experiencing that empathy in the moment. And so that's how cyberbullying can continue, because it's it's not being called out. But I don't know if that actually holds a lot of fact. It's just something that I've heard in the past. And so on that, I guess maybe I'd have to look into people who have actually done the research. How do you teach empathy? And I don't know, but I think that having media that encourages us to be kind to one another is not a bad thing. And having something like Pragmata that is showing that guys can be in the space of children and that be a positive experience is not a bad thing either. Can't teach instinct. Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is I think some of it is instinctual. And so then that causes a whole other argument of, are we losing our instincts? Has this always been the case? And that we've just got so many billions of people now that we're seeing more and more of the lack of the instinct? Are we seeing it more because of our connection, because of the internet? That just starts getting bigger and bigger, right? I have no affection towards babies. They make me want to throw up. I got a nausea-based baby phobia, and that's okay. For you, that is, you don't get their reaction. But it would be incredibly arrogant to now say that other people shouldn't have babies because of how you feel, and other people shouldn't want babies because of how you feel. That is how you feel. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, that's like you're wrong. Whatever, it doesn't affect me. But if you are now saying, well, you also shouldn't like babies, then I'm like, whoa, let's calm down here. Still catching up. As men get older, there's a higher chance of genetic disorders, and I guess that's just age in general. From what I remember, I think the sperm gets damaged DNA. Okay, so there we go. So it's less so about their ability to impregnate people, but rather the health of the child, I suppose, is what you're referring to. Comfort isn't cheap, but name is worth it. Yes, exactly, Zeno. You don't know anything about me, so why are we making confident statements? And so that's what I try to remember. I mean, I face it me personally, where that's why I don't take a lot of what comments people say to me personally, because I'm like, you're a first-time chatter. How can you make this assumption? And then it just is like, gross, you've made that assumption because of my gender, and that just is uncomfortable. But I try to also live by that rule where I'm like, I don't know what your life is. I don't know what your choices were. I don't know what your opinions are. But what I can do is have a conversation, and I can listen to your perspective, and you can listen to someone else's, and maybe that will change your view. And that's okay too. Why do we have to be so stringent and strict on having one thing? I think changing opinions can be good, but the only person who can do it is yourself. Clem's best end of life moment when she looks at a YouTube and Twitch channel and she's content with her content. I hope so. I've been feeling really good about it recently, and I've been really enjoying trying a lot of different things. It's been a lot of fun. So thank you guys for being on that journey as well. If we score, do we have to leave the stream on in the background? Yes, exactly. You guys didn't know this, but I'm actually quite the aphrodisiac. So for the girls too. I'm just, if this is my contribution to society, then so be it. I can count on one hand the number of children I care about, but I take a bullet or even deliver one for any single one of them. And I think that is that protective feeling as well. And maybe, that it could change where you'd have one for yourself, but you don't know. You don't know. The sunlight, it burns. Is there anything else I wanted to read. I'm still scrolling through. One moment. There are so many kids and not enough air guitarists. This is why instead of having children, I endeavor to become the best air guitarist in the world. That's incredible. But consider this, Kelpie. If one were to have children, you could teach many of them to be air guitarists, and therefore you can help your goal by having additional individuals being air guitarists. Okay, you should play the new Tamagotchi life game. It's hornier than The Sims. I've seen a lot of people. It seems so bizarre, and I think that's why people like it, because it is such a random thing to be throwing you all over the place. You never quite know what you're going to get. Gaming had produced enough drone pilots. Now they're making dads. And that's what I'm saying, especially in Japan. Japan is constantly referred to when talking about aging population and low birth rates. It makes sense that a Japanese game are trying to encourage the demographic of young guys to want to have kids and that be something that they pursue. And so I will say, just as a little side tangent, it's kind of adjacent, is that looks maxing. I'm not going to go fully into looks maxing. Maybe that can be a future thing. The core of it, I actually really like. I think that it's really beautiful to have guys kind of seeking the aid of other guys. Like, I think that it is really nice to have these kinds of what should be, and I recognize that what should be positive experiences of, hey, like I just want to figure out what I can do with my hair to look better. Or I want to, can you help me with a exercise regime so that I can lose some weight? I think that core element of looks maxing is actually really sweet. But again, like anything, it's the extremes that really ruin it, and the practices that of the, like, what's it with the bone, the jaw breaking or whatever it is. This kind of stuff we shouldn't be encouraging. But, someone asking, hey, what haircut would suit me? I mean, that would be great if someone could tell me what haircut would suit me or what clothes to wear. I think that core element is really nice. But it's not really what looks maxing is about. Nonetheless. Why is empathy a more wanted trait than apathy? No, I don't care. I crack myself up. There might be one person who got that one. And it's me. And I find that very funny. Anyway. Now you have to explain it for those who don't know. Basically, empathy is where you care about other people and you kind of can understand their emotions that they're going through, and you kind of feel that yourself. And so that means that you usually will be someone who will be a kind individual because you want someone else to not be hurt or harmful. Apathy, on the other hand, is someone who doesn't really care. Very nonchalant, nothing phases them. It's just a whole bunch of nothing. And so when someone asked the question, I was being apathetic. And so the humor came from the fact that I was responding in an apathetic manner rather than an empathetic manner. Empathetic manner would have been just serious, whereas apathy, it was humorous, especially because I was being silly about it. Okay, I'm a little anti-natalist. Yes, and I don't think that surprises me about you, Kelpie. I do think fewer people should have babies, but not in a discrimination-based way. And if someone's on the fence, I'm going to encourage them towards being the best uncle, auntie, sibling that they can be. The fewer people have children themselves, the more people have spare time and resources to spend on the kids that they are around, in my opinion. I think that I agree to an extent. I think that if someone is on the fence, I don't like the terminology of I will encourage them to because basically you're saying be the best uncle or auntie, but I think that what that is actually doing is encouraging them to not like it is antinatalism, is not have children. And so I think I would look at it more as encourage them to spend more time with children and make the decision from there, because that way they can make that decision for themselves. And so make sure, because you should still be the best auntie or uncle or if you do or do not have children. So I think it's more, well, maybe spend some more time with kids, make sure that you're being a great aunt, and maybe that is all the fulfillment that you would need. Or maybe that can help you understand your own feelings around children better. That's how I would look at it. We need to find a way to stop promoting people with bad values to be rewarded for their behavior. So I don't have solutions for this one. I can tell you that. Louis Theroux Manosphere documentary was so depressing. Young people should have better role models, and this is why I am pro Pragmata. I think it's really nice to see just what I think should be a healthy encouragement of dads being good dads, not dads who don't come back from getting the milk, and dads who like, how do we break that cycle other than having good role models? And we've spoken about this for decades. I know a lot of people use Aragon as an example because I think he is a good example. And I think The Lord of the Rings was a great example even further, because not only of this, like how they would interact with other guys. They literally say, I love you to one another. Isn't that beautiful? Is it like that is what we should be encouraging more in male relationships? And for those who are, I guess, thinking about other genders, yes. But we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about cis men. And I think that it would be really, really nice to not only see more of these role models, but hopefully encourage people to be those role models. So, is that where we're going to wrap it? Is there anything else? I know we joked about the manosphere. I'm not a fan, but I am an encourager of masculinity. But this is the difference. Toxic masculinity versus what masculinity is. And yeah, you can have strength in your masculinity the same way that we should have more strength in our femininity as well. I don't know how I would make that story, basically, of showing... I think, actually, funnily enough, the live action of Cinderella is a really good example of positive femininity and strength in forgiveness. So basically, at the very end of Cinderella, the live action, she sticks to her kindness, and she sticks to herself being just... she forgives her stepmother and her sisters at the end of it, basically. And that, I think, is such a powerful thing to do, because everything that, you guys know the story of Cinderella. Everything that her step family do to her shows so much of a trauma that is put on Cinderella. There is every reason for her to be absolutely angry and hateful towards this family. And so I think it is incredibly strong and powerful to go, I'm not going to continue that cycle. I am going to break that hatred. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to display what you guys displayed. And that's a really beautiful way of showing strength in, like I said, forgiveness, strength in femininity. But that can be strength in masculinity as well. So point being that I don't necessarily know what these things look like, but when I see them, I will try and encourage them, I suppose. And yeah, strength in masculinity. I feel like a lot of dangers come from, not from hypermasculinity, but from unregulated low peer pressure testing on other men. That's not something that I would have the experience on, so I have to take your word for it, Sean, and I'm not disagreeing. It's just not one that I will be able to facilitate further. I can just take that and go, okay, cool. I just don't know more about it. If you want to share more about it, But, actually, you have men becoming so isolated and not held to standard by other men in groups, I feel has been very super detrimental to them and a rise in danger to women. Yes, men usually hold men to a standard, but with the internet and anti-masculinity agendas, that's been lost. This I can agree with for sure. I don't feel like I will need to add more to that. I'm happy to let you say that piece rather than me needing to say further. I was watching someone playing Tamagotchi. The game introduced a four-way love triangle, or square, I guess, in an unsubtle way. One literally popped up from under a bench to say I love you more. That is creepy, but it's that kind of unhinged that people would find very entertaining. Looks maxing only works if you're rich. I can't afford a haircut right now. And that's the thing, hair transplant, as was said. And there is something where people even talk about Cristiano Ronaldo, the football player. He's an attractive guy. He is. We're not going to, he's conventionally attractive. But I remember when I was young, back on 9gag, if you guys remember that website, I used to frequent that a lot. I read this on 9gag, where it's like, there are no ugly people, only poor people, which is so upsetting. But I get where they're coming from, because they had a side-by-side Cristiano Ronaldo photo where basically before he got braces and the hair and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, so you too can be hot. Just don't follow the looks maxing community. Just try and figure out what looks good on you. 9gag, yeah. That's a throwback, eh? That's a super throwback. I like the apathy joke, thank you. Me and my wife decided we didn't want kids, so we got the vasectomy. Unfortunately, when we got home, the kids were still there. Fuck. And that wouldn't have been an easy procedure either. I see the bad side of it. The self-loathing, the judgment is promoting the external and ignoring the eternal. It gets some of the same sadness as eating disorders. Yeah, I could see that as well. You have the short video. I do. Thank you. You could be a good mother, couldn't you? I will give my take on me personally. I think I would be a good mother, but that is because I think I would be someone who is very good at living with my choices. I feel like if I now am deciding to be a mother, then I will do what I can to be a good mother. I think that I would I would put their needs above my own, which I do see a lot of in parenthood. And I think that I would try and help them be the best person they are. The other thing is I have an incredible role model. Role mother. That's actually accurate. My mother is a wonderful mother. And because of that, I feel like I would just try and emulate exactly how she raised me. And I think that my kid would turn out okay. Because I think I turned out okay. I get a little bit teary sometimes. But all in all, I think I turned out okay. Yeah, exactly. Mama Clem loves being Mama Clem. She loves it. Anyway, I love my mom. So I think that if I were to have a kid, that would be okay. I would hope so, at least. And the thing is that if they're not, then I would hope that I would try not to take that personally either. I can understand and empathize with your points there about antinatalism. We do have a little of a population problem, though. See, I think that's where, and this is not me saying you're wrong. It's just my personal opinion is that I don't think we have a population problem. I think we have a hoarding of resources problem. But if that's not how you feel, then I can't change that. And yes, there are a lot of kids out there without support, but I don't think you would be one of them. We can understand that there are kids out there without the support. So I think being pro-adoption is a really good stance to have. And I think that a lot of people who choose not to have kids actually would be better parents than a lot of the people who are having kids. And so the kids without support, not having kids, does not solve that problem. It does not solve the population problem. It doesn't, I think, again, having better role models for those who are going to be having children helps with the lack of support of kids. However, self-fulfillment, that's just a philosophical thing now, and that one I don't have strong opinions on. And so I do think that there can be, as long as that self-fulfillment doesn't turn into selfishness, because I am seeing a lot of that, but inherently self-fulfillment is not a bad thing. Own oxygen mask first. Hi, Saint Germain. Morning, shopper. Okay, I think we're almost wrapping up. Yes, we need some positive masculinity. So everything, everywhere, all at once has some positive masculinity and femininity, I think. In the same way sugar attracts ants, your sweetness will attract seductive narcissist males. I will keep that in mind. Hopefully, I can kill him with kindness. How about that? They get such a sugar overload, and I'll kill him with kindness. Okay. I need a hug more now than ever. I feel like everyone needs a hug, hey. Great content. Can you please share how you got here? I just tried live streaming because I wanted to play games, and then I stopped playing games because I really enjoyed learning from other people, I guess. That's really as simple as that. I love listening to other people. I don't really know how else to explain it. Another person saying you don't read people's chats. Hilarious. If you're homeless, just buy a house. Exactly. You're not ugly. You're just poor. You are a good mother. That's true. I am already a good mother and father. Yeah, I want to be a bad mommy. Exactly right. Okay, you got to be okay with living with your choices to raise a child. Exactly. Most parents try to bend reality. So I think that I am hitting the big 3-0 this year. So I think there probably is thoughts of children, but again, I just have that acceptance that it's not really relevant unless I have someone that I'm going to be in a long-term relationship with, you know? I can't believe my eyes. Hello. It is a pleasure to have you here. Welcome. What are the odds indeed? Well, we love how the internet connects us all. Okay. You'd be a great role model. Thank you, C Mama. I'm typing this while you say it. Thank you, C Mama. I really appreciate it. For me, I've never said I'm pretty much agnostic about everything. I've never said I don't want to have kids. Because I know a lot of people are like, oh no, you say you don't want to have kids now. But one day that will change, and I recognize that. So I was like, I don't want kids now. But I don't necessarily know that for my future self, and other people are in that regard. So that's just kind of how I look at it. Is if I choose to have children, whether that because oh no, okay, now I have to make a choice of whether I raise this baby. Okay, I guess that is the choice I'm gonna make. I think if I choosing, because that's the beautiful thing is we do have choice, and I think if I were to choose to have a kid, that I think I would do okay. But I recognize I would do okay not because of my values, but because of the support that I have as well. And I said this yesterday. My parents did do a wonderful job. I love my parents. How do I phrase this? I am so aware of my privilege in so many ways. I am aware of that from a financial perspective. I know that because of, for those who don't know, my dad's a surgeon, so you can assume that we're doing okay. I am aware of that financial privilege, but the thing for me that I truly, truly recognize is the privilege that I've had of 2 amazing role models. And it does make me emotional. And I got so lucky. And yeah, I would just like more people to be those kinds of role models, I guess. I'm sorry. It's just, I just get so happy. It's tears of joy, if that's anything. They're just good people. And I want to continue to believe that there are other good people out there, I guess. See you later, Ninja. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me go through. Let me go through, and then we'll wrap it up, and I'll go get some lunch. I'm desperate. I'm so desperate to be a father, says Sean. I am the broodiest guy ever. Find children so funny and endearing. Their importance I value more of my own wants. Like I believe in our first job in life is to make a better life for ourselves than our parents were afforded. Hopefully with their support, of course. And the second part is setting our children up for success better than we were afforded. The bucket list are sprinkled in amongst that, and I think that's really gorgeous, Sean. That is. I wish you all the best with that endeavor. I'm sure that you will absolutely nail it. Who the fuck is anti-adoption? No, no one said anti-adoption. I was just adding that as an option for as a counter of people talking about children who don't have a lot of support. I think that I think that not having kids doesn't help that the lack of support for orphan children. I gotta do some stuff. No stress, Zeno. We might see you later on. Otherwise, we'll see you when we see you. Thanks for being back here. Don't know if it's been picked up before because I did fall asleep, but I've returned to soccer coaching. That's so cute. The fulfillment is giving me again is amazing. The franchise wants to start an additional support needs class from this Friday with me leading those classes. That is daunting, but that is so exciting as well. Oh my gosh. I hope you have fun. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. Who made you cry? My parents. But because they're amazing. That's why. I'm alright, but I think your parents are a lot cooler. My parents are very cool. I do agree. My parents are very, very cool. Be the change you want to see in the world. That brings it back to the fact you would be a good mother. Thanks, guys. But anyway, we're not talking about me being a good mother. We're talking about you guys being good fathers. Obviously. The whole point was about to be Pragmata. So go be... go put out some good strength and masculinity, you know, show kindness, show strength in that all the good things about masculinity, you know. I don't think there's an anti-masculinity problem. I think it's more of a result of broken size. The thing is that there's a lot of awfulness out there in general. There are a lot of man haters as well. That's its own topic. There are a lot of people out there who are who have gone in another extreme, and it's really sad to see. And I think that's the thing, is there are so many people who are just being so nasty to others, and just so easily calling people out on being, oh, you're so weird because you want to have children. Like, I don't understand. I just don't understand the logic. I think it's pretty natural. Thank you, Girk. Much appreciated. Okay. It's any extreme is unfortunate. Yeah, now you all gotta go play Pragmata and tell me if it's any good so I can play it. Cool. I'm a human hater and discriminate equally. Thank goodness there's some of us around. Anyway, guys, we'll wrap up the Pragmata Topical Tuesday there. That was good. I think that was about almost 2 hours on topic. Wow, look at us. Look at us. We can do it. Cool. Well, maybe that's where we wrap it up in general. I don't think that we have anything else we want to add. About your financial problems, blockchain layer 2 of crypto is calculated based on medium. It is a mistake. It is a mistake. A few people take advantage, but it can solve all your financial issues. If only I had you here sooner, Mark. Oh yes, yep, that's a good point. We'll watch the video and then I think I'll go have some lunch. And then we'll play some Red Dead. We'll go do the opposite of Dad Simulator, maybe. Okay. I see that in myself, how I don't want kids to go through the shit I did as a kid, not even necessarily my own, just one kid that doesn't have to go through it too. I guess I feel it would make the pain worth it somehow. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, let's watch this positive interaction. It's not too long and it's still on topic.
People's lives. There was a story recently so this is kind of a positive story about how video games can have a positive impact on people's lives.
Incredible.
There's a story recently that came out of the Pragmata subreddit, which if you haven't played Pragmata, it's a really prolific game that came out recently. You should check it out.
It looks really good as well.
A 55-year-old
really good.
gamer that was under the Reddit username the real Duke 777, posted in the Pragmata subreddit about how the game's young android character Diana reminded him of his late daughter Mackenzie Aaron, who passed away at the age of 8 in January of 2009. He titled the post, quote, "Missing My Little Girl," and included side-by-side photos of Mackenzie and Diana, basically showing, comparing the two. The post went incredibly viral. It got over 10,000 upvotes and hundreds of supportive comments afterwards. Then he went on to describe what happened to his daughter. So apparently Mackenzie had health issues from infancy, including seizures from atrial tachycardia that developed into supraventricular tachycardia. And one day while she was playing outside, she had a seizure and was airlifted to a hospital where she suffered cardiac arrest and was pronounced brain dead after 6 days in the hospital. She ended up passing in her parents' arms, and her father described her as being forever 8, meaning that she never passed the age of 8. And he shared an emotional account recounting this incident in her final moments on this subreddit. Now, he has a younger daughter named Ella now, who's around 9 years old, who got him back into gaming back in 2024 after a 30-year break. And he started off playing Fortnite, then Hogwarts Legacy and Red Dead Redemption, and eventually got into playing Pragmata. And it's important to note that gaming has kind of helped him cope with the loss of his daughter, Mackenzie, by offering him an escape. Now, if you don't know the story about Pragmata, it basically follows a guy by the name of Hugh Williams, who bonds with a childlike android that he names Diana in the video game. And the father wrote that Ella, his daughter, pointed out that there was a resemblance between Mackenzie and Diana, the girl in Pragmata. And she said, quote, "Daddy, she reminds me of pictures of Mackenzie. I wonder if Diana is like Mackenzie." So they both bought the game and started playing together, and he also said that Diana kind of feels like both of his daughters, and said that the experience brought him to tears and has helped him heal. Now, the Pragmata subreddit has a pretty big gaming community, and they were all basically showing overwhelming support, condolences, and shared grief stories and stuff, and an appreciation for how video games can provide comfort and connection with other people. Even the game's creator, Cho Yong-hee, replied on X saying, "Thank you very much." I just thought this was kind of an interesting story because it shows the power of video games and how they can help people heal from grief and give people a way to connect with each other. So this is kind of
So, one thing I do want to add at the end there is, so there's this reinforcement of how the games are helping him with this grief. I actually think that he's missing a really, really pivotal thing, that it is also the Reddit community, funnily enough, and that show of support, and his own daughter that was showing and helping with that grief too. I think the fact that the game obviously helps, but the fact that he had somewhere to post about it, I think is really beautiful. And I also think that the overwhelming support and the likelihood, even this guy being a guy, this is a masculine looking guy. Look at him. That's a masculine guy. That's a guy's guy. That's a man's man. And the fact that he is choosing to share this and recognizing how tough this would have been for the gamer. The fact that they are showing that support, that is exactly the type of role model and masculinity and that we should be encouraging. Having places for people to share their vulnerabilities, their emotions, their struggles with other guys and showcasing that they can have these feelings too and being supportive of that. Beautiful. Beautiful. It is nice. And so this is the thing, is I don't think it's the video games helping with the grief. I think it is the fact that he had found something to bring him out of that. I think there's a lack of recognition. Well, they briefly said that his daughter helped him out of that. And so they can help. And I think it's more about stories, and anything helps, right? It's not miraculous, because otherwise he wouldn't still be grieving. But that support, that is something that we should be encouraging. And I think that's really beautiful. There we go. Cool. Anyway, that's where we're going to wrap it up today on a nice little positive note. I've been trying to have harder boundaries. It's almost midday. So therefore, I am going to go eat some food. And thanks, guys. Thanks for yeah, that's the one. See, Mama, exactly right. It just looks different. Hey, how am I feeling? Do I want to play some Red Dead? I guess this is now a question for you guys. No, maybe not for you guys. I think that what I will do is I will end stream. I will end stream rather than put on like a BRB screen, because that way I can just kind of have half an hour to myself to decompress, maybe stretch my legs, go for a walk, have some lunch. But I don't think I'm going to immediately commit to playing video games today. The plan was basically to play Red Dead in the afternoon, so an hour from now, on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. But this is our first week, and so I think I do have to build up my stamina for those longer days. And I think I just need to assess whether or not I'm ready to play a video game tonight. So this week is kind of my testing grounds of getting back into 8-hour days, I guess. So I will not have a BRB screen. If I don't go live again, then that's because I've just decided to take the time off and build up my stamina again. But I will be back online tomorrow for just chatting stream, same time. I won't be gaming tomorrow because I have D&D in the afternoon. And then if you do see a notification, it's because I decided I did want to play some Red Dead. I also think that with us only starting yesterday, I still want to digest it a bit, and then we can get back into it on Thursday. Exactly. So that's how I was looking at it, Kiwi Man, is if I don't feel like streaming in the morning like yesterday, then I can stream Red Dead in the afternoon. If I don't feel like streaming Red Dead in the afternoon, at least I had my morning stream. So it's breaking it up. And then some days I will feel like I can do both. And I think I need to step away from the computer to truly analyze where I am at today, especially with how emotional I got, you know. But let's read Sean's before we wrap up. So yeah, in terms of do I want to play Red Dead, I'm not sure, because I think I just need to digest literally, because I need to go eat lunch, but I need to digest our conversation today before I commit to jumping into something else. I do want to play it, but I'm not sure if I want to play it right now, and that's why I just need that extra time to make that decision. It's nice to meet you as well, Francois. So Sean said, so strong fatherhood is usually what gives girls a level of love and measure of what would expect in their male partner and potential baby daddy. Exactly. There's nothing that gets the ovaries going for women who like men, but ovaries going as a guy who shows very paternal qualities, for sure. Mothers are great at so many aspects with their children. They're literal life bringers and nourishers, and again, on the fall of men in recent times. But yeah, good men can instill in their daughters a level of measure for their own partners, and their sons a measure of standards to carry themselves, for sure. There's a recent trend I saw, which I love: booze and ponytails. As crews of men meeting in pubs, practicing ponytail and hairdos on dummy heads while discussing manhood. I love that, because sometimes mum can't be around to do a ponytail. The guy's got to learn how to do it too. It's doing a ponytail should not be exclusive to mamas. And yeah, I the story I have for my dad, I always had a little giggle over, is my mum knows how to sew, but my dad literally has a job and career out of it. So anytime I would get holes in my stockings or socks or anything like that, it was never my mum who would sew my clothes. It was always my dad. And I'm telling you, of course it would be. Of course it would be. He's the one who literally sutures skin together. Why can't he do clothes? And so that's my male role model, is that dads, they can also sew clothes. And yeah, it was only 4 cries this stream, so I'll need to hydrate too. What's a ponytail? So similar to, if you think of the rear end of a horse and their tail, how that long hair, that long tail kind of dangles out, that's a ponytail. So as an example, we tie all of this up, and all of a sudden, Yay! Oh wait, maybe there we go. Then the verticals can see it as well. Because it looks like a ponytail. Wow, look at that. Glad I can help. Cool. I can do fishtail French fries. Damn, I can't do these. I can't do these at all. Best feeling in the world is watering plants. I love watering plants. I love looking after my plants for sure. Positive video game grief story. A World War II veteran, Alfred Gamble, was in a deep depression after his wife passed away and planned to end his own life. The turning point, in a moment of desperation, he bought a PlayStation and a copy of Abe's Odyssey. While playing, he made Abe run straight into a wall, causing a laughing fit that helped him reevaluate his life and enjoy his remaining years. There we go. The games, you know, they're a great healer for sure. Good day, Jesus. How you going? Cool. Whoever man said he wishes to be a father more than anything else, I'm proud of you for being vulnerable now. Bro, I think it's really beautiful. And that's the thing is, now to wrap up the Pragmata stuff, I think it is only normal. Or I shouldn't say normal. It is natural, I think is a better word, for a lot of the guys playing this to just have that fatherhood or protector element ignited. And I think it's sweet. And that's as deep as it goes. Even if I don't end up having kids, even if I was an anti-natalist, I just think it's cute. It shows a side of people that they want to embrace, I guess. And we'll have a look. What is the donation button? I think someone's shared it. Yeah, you can donate on Stream Elements. But I am going to wrap up, so don't feel like you have to do that now. I will get it even if it's offline, of course, but I'm going to call it there. It has been a really, really, really wonderful stream. If you guys want to hang out some more. Yes, that's also true, Kelpie. That's true. You can choose not to have kids and still appreciate the cuteness of kids. Like, you can be not a cat person and think they're good looking things. If you guys want to continue chatting, the Discord is the best place to be. And that way you can join in movie nights. You can also share any of your cute photos or fish facts. Actually, Corey will probably like that. I was going to say that one's for Corey, but Corey can be very excited about other fish facts, I'm sure. Anything else to add? No, I just really enjoyed today. Oh, that's right. If you are in the Discord, let me know how you felt about Topical Tuesday. We did about 2 hours on topic, which was really cool. Yeah, I think it was a good first attempt. We'll see how it goes next week, I suppose. They were also kids. Good point. And yeah, if you guys want to follow on the other socials and see more, then that would be awesome. I put out a okay, I do need to pat myself on the back. Yesterday I made a really stupid thing on stream, and I was like, you know what? I'll clip this so that it's on trend with May the 4th, and it's really cringe. And I would appreciate it if you guys go, you know, like and comment and help me with the algorithms, I guess. And also cringe. Hopefully laugh, but cringe is acceptable in this one. Yes, I'm gonna go outside and touch nose. And I might be back in an hour to play some video games. If I didn't, it's because I decided I needed extra time. And thank you guys for understanding that, and I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I think the focus discussion really worked. With the realization that there'll be unfocused times as well, because that is just what I do. we did 2.5 hours of it, and then we did 2 hours of focus, and it was great. Cool. Thank you, Fatima. I'm actually heading off, but yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, whatever you get up to. I might see some of you later. Let's be real, you probably won't. Thanks for everything you guys do. Thanks for the support. Thanks for being here. If you have taken a chance on the channel, whether that now or in the past, thank you for taking a chance. And if you like, just consider following, consider subscribing, comment, like, blah blah blah. I don't know. I'll find my rhythm. The same way that I know how to talk about ad breaks, I'll find the way to talk about liking and subscribing. But Xclam plays for the YouTube VODs, for gaming. All right. That's all. We did get a raid today. So I think we'll make sure to raid out so that we can pass that on. And you're awesome. You're awesome. Let's see who's online before we head off. Okay. Oh, it's been so bad at opening recently. Oh, too many people. It makes me so. Oh, let's head to Riddlemeister. Riddlemeister has raided us in the past, and I haven't had a chance to throw it on back. They're playing Minecraft at the moment. I'm not so familiar with their content. I just like their name. I think their name is cool, and that is why we will head over there, because I think that will be fun, and that will, like I said, be a way to be appreciative of some of the support they've given us in the past. Cool. Yeah, give it back. So, thanks, guys. If you're on YouTube, thanks for being here. Remember to subscribe, and I'll see you tomorrow for more chit chat. Maybe even some React Wednesday if you'd like to join. Cool. All right. I'm done now. Bye.